Good afternoon, folks. It's just past 1 p.m. I'm going to call the 10th meeting of Planning and Environment Committee to order. Please check the city website for additional meeting detail information. Meetings can be viewed via live streaming on YouTube and the city website. The City of London is situated on the traditional lands of Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenapehoik, and Adirondack. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. The City of London is currently home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit today. As representatives of the people of the City of London, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work and live in this territory. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact pacpec@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. We have an extensive agenda today, and we're going to just take it slowly and surely as we work our way through the waters. I just want to let everyone know that I'll be looking forward to recess around 5 o'clock for a break, just to have everyone keep that in mind. We'll just see how that fits into where we're at. At this point, I'll look for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, I'll move on to the consent items. I've had item 2.4 requested to be pulled, so that will be dealt with at the end of our meeting today. Are there any other items that committee members would like to be pulled? Seeing none, then I'll look for a motion to move the consent items except for 2.4. Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Frank. Any discussion? Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Just on item 2.5, appreciate the update from staff regarding the building permit fees. I was curious because I had heard in the past that there was some discussion about reviewing planning application fees, and I'm just wondering, I guess maybe this is, oh, I'm mixing up. There's one later on that's actually talking about increasing. Never mind. You know what? I'm going to come back to one of the 3-point items and asking that, but okay. It was regarding planning application fee review.
Okay, fine. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Purple.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Through to staff. 2.2, thank you for the update, 2024 year to date. I just want to ask if we are still going to be receiving the monthly updates from the buildings, the spreadsheet where it says specific units, specific types. Thank you.
Go ahead, staff.
Through the chair, as part of that housing supply targeted actions report we bought, we've decided to change around how we do our reporting. So we will be bringing forward seasonal updates. So actually at the next committee, we'll have an update with all of that, the detail, but it'll only be quarterly. And then this will be a monthly update with some other information in it. We're also looking to continuously improve this report too. And even in speaking with the chair, start adding in some of that historical data so there's a bit better way to compare what from year year to date from what was in the previous year. So we're going to be looking to improve this report. And then ultimately, this report will be the background and the basis for an online application that you're going to be able to see all of the information online as well. So, but that will be coming next meeting with the more detailed building update.
Councillor?
Thank you very much for this update. I'm glad to hear that always improving is good. But I just want to make sure one of the things that helps us is if there's the continuity going back and we can compare apples to apples. So I hope the information is going to be sufficient enough to give us that information. But I have no more questions, and I see the nodding. So thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions before we move on? Seeing none, we've got a motion and seconded to accept the consent items excluding 2.4. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.1 under the scheduled items. This is regarding community improvement plans review for increasing affordable housing. And this is a delegation by staff, so I'll go to staff.
We have our consultants who are here to make a presentation. Heather, if you can help me share screen.
Okay, I see you, sir, up there at the top right. If you could give us your name and please go ahead. Oh, okay. All right. So is that what they're doing now? I don't know. I thought they were going to be downstairs. Okay, sir, I think we have our tech issues figured out. Please go ahead. No? Hold on, please. Okay, I think I got the thumbs up. You should be good.
All right, there we go.
Perfect. Thank
Great.
you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. My name's Tim Welch from TWC, and we're here on behalf of our, with our partnering firms, Partial Economics and the planning firm NPG, to report on our review of the Community Improvement Plan for increasing the affordable housing supply. Next slide, please. To sum up quickly, the existing CIP the city has for affordable housing is simply not working. There's been no take-up in the past few years since it's been brought into place for multi-residential housing. The current CIP is a very modest short-term loan assistance program and was not seen to be enough to stimulate any interest in creating affordable housing. Next slide. Councillors will be aware of many of the demographics in terms of the significant population growth the City of London has experienced of 10%, much higher than the provincial average in the last 5-year census period. There's also a significant amount of households in the City of London that are earning moderate to low incomes, 43%. Again, a greater percentage than some of the other cities in Southern Ontario. And also the City of London, as councillors are no doubt aware, has a higher percentage of tenant households than most cities and any other city except the City of Toronto. Next slide, please. We also have measurements in the report that talk about the increases in average rent. The statistics available, again, which councillors would be familiar with the relatively high number of households that are currently staying in housings that they can't afford, as in paying more than 30% of their income on rent. Next slide. What our team was able to do was to do a detailed analysis about the gap when we're talking about creating affordable housing, and I'll come back to that word affordable. There's a very significant gap to the cost of developing, whether you are a nonprofit or a private sector developer. In the nonprofit, we looked at even considering the current federal government initiatives under CMHC, there was still a gap of in the $150,000 range, whether it's downtown or outside of downtown, as well as a more significant gap with the private sector who typically aren't able to access as large grants from CMHC. Next slide. In our recommendations, we talk about affordability definitions. And I appreciate there are probably 100 different definitions of what is affordable out there, depending on individual situation. What we're moving forward with recommendations is that there should be, we're recommending to have significant financial assistance through a CIP. One, when there's a level of CMHC reported average market rent, which is significantly below the actual market rent in the community. Higher levels of assistance if you're digging down for a deeper level of affordability at 80% of CMHC reported average market rent. But we also recognize there's a number of households in the community that have very low income, and we recommend for any of the developments getting assistance under this program, at least 20% of those units be made available for rent supplement, so we can reach down deeply in terms of the affordability. And that all the affordable housing to be developed should be, in the city, should be eligible for these levels of incentives. Next slide. So just to put the statistics out there, to pick on one bedrooms, the CMHC report averages just below $1,200 a month, but when you're out there looking in the market, it's nearly $1,900 a month for apartments that actually are available for rent now. So even the 100% of average market rent level is significantly below and would have a real help for moderate income households looking for a place to rent. If we have units created through the amended CIP, even greater levels of affordability over in about the $950 a month, which could be affordable to someone working full-time at $17 or $18 an hour. So reaching down quite a lot in terms of that affordability issue. Next slide. We have a number of recommendations for what the incentives should be in an improved CIP. Both the elimination or the non-payment of city property taxes for a 20-year period to align with some of the federal programs that look at 20-year affordability. We're looking at capital grants, a larger amount to top up the good program the city already has in place with its road program, as well for units that are 80% of average market rents or less, as well as a reduced amount, but still a total of $50,000 per affordable unit for units that are even at 100% average market rent or less. As well as recommending exemption from municipal fees, and for in the nonprofits for units that are 80% or less of average market rent, some subsidies towards some of the initial work that needs to happen, due diligence work for affordable housing projects. That sometimes is a challenge, particularly for nonprofit organizations. Next slide. Oh, back a little bit, I think. So we also have recommendations that came up in terms of some of the feedback we had from different groups we interviewed. There was a lot of discussion about municipal land banking and having municipal land focus, and we know there is already good progress being made by the city on that front. We're looking to try to formalize that with municipal land, and also to have a pilot program focused on accessory dwelling units through some modest financial assistance. Next slide. a key thing we heard, it's really, really important for proponents to say there's going to be one agreement with the City of London, not to have one agreement for the road, another agreement for CIP incentives, et cetera. So to try to make it as streamlined as possible, a one-window approach, so that when an organization is looking at creating housing, they have one window, one staff person to connect with, and one legal agreement. It's also going to be very important for this to be successful, if council goes forward in this direction, is to have a continuous outreach to private sector and nonprofit to make sure they are aware of the incentives that could be available under a revamped CIP. There's constant changes at the federal level, and to try to have, so it's important to just keep reaching out to make sure people are aware of what the new incentives are. Next slide. We also looked at the question of other CIPs that are not directly affordable housing, but could be seen as related to housing, such as some of the heritage CIP incentives, et cetera. That when we looked at the numbers on that, our recommendation going forward is to keep those targeted to those type of incentives, whether it's heritage, downtown, or brownfield. The incentives that are in place for those are focused on covering the costs related to those incentives. Adding a housing affordability tied to those will complicate, because so really there's, heritage property still could apply for a revamped affordable housing CIP, but the goal is to make it clear and communicate clearly that if you want to create affordable housing, this is where the focus is through the affordable housing CIP. Next slide. Just the last couple of slides that show a visual in terms of closing the gap. It doesn't close the gap totally at this point, but it makes a substantial difference for the nonprofit sector. And then at the next slide, on the private sector, it doesn't close it quite as much, but in some of the feedback we had meeting with stakeholders in the private sector, a significant amount of funding like this will certainly get their attention. We believe will get them involved in creating at least some new units of affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from staff before I go to committee? Okay. I'll go to the committee and visiting councillors for questions. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. First off, just want to say, really appreciate this. I think based on everything that I'm reading, I think this will really help increase our affordable units and hopefully drive some more incentives and development for affordable units. As many people know, we don't have bonusing anymore, so it's been really a struggle to get more units into new buildings. I did have one question on page 173 of the report. There's a graph showing the different affordability options based on if we do have, for example, the downtown with the CIP, the downtown CIP, and then the downtown CIP with 5% affordable, and then it kind of goes across from there. My main question was, so right now, downtown with CIP, it's like a 3.8%. I assume it's a return, is like a 3.8% return, but I'm not really sure actually specifically what that okay. Sorry, that wasn't me. But yeah, so I guess my first question is the 3.8, 3.6, 3.5, are those the rate of return? Is that what those percentages are?
I'll go to staff or consultant if you'd like to address that.
Yeah.
Please, sir, go ahead.
Ryan Taylor, Parcel Economics. We undertook the financial analysis here. Yeah, it's called the IRR, the internal rate of return. It's a little complicated, maybe a bit too much to get into right now, but essentially, yes, it's like the annualized.
So can you just either raise, I'm not sure if you can raise the mic, we're just having a little trouble hearing you.
Is this better?
That's a lot
talk
better.
lower?
Thank you.
Perfect.
Please start over again, thanks.
Great. Yes, these percentages, it's called IRR, so internal rate of return. It's a little bit of a complicated calculation to get too detailed into right now, but essentially, yes, it's like the compounded annualized return over the lifetime of a project. So that 3.8 would be a building in the downtown using the CIP, returning about 3.8% annually until the end of the project.
Councillor?
Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, so I had it right, so that was good. Although I'm assuming it's probably more complicated than I think. So then my question is, if we did downtown CIP, stacking it with the affordable CIP and having a mandatory 5% affordable units in a new building, that would only yield a 3.6% return for the developer. And then in that bar chart, it says outside downtown is 3.7. So it's 0.1% more, I guess, return. So it's a 0.1% less return if we mandate the 5% affordable.
That's correct based on our analysis, yes.
Okay, and then I guess my follow-up, and perhaps you can speak based on some of the focus groups you did with the developers, that 0.1% is significant enough that they would refuse to add 5% affordable units to their building?
Please go ahead.
We talk about this in our office all the time, but no developers aren't all the same. So really, it's a bit of a cliche, but it depends on your goals. So for some developers, that 0.1% might be enough to say, no, we don't want to do this. We're going to put our projects and our money outside the downtown. For others, there might be other metrics at play that would say, okay, we can maybe take a little bit less being in the downtown if there's other, profit or equity multiple returns elsewhere.
Councillor?
Thank you, yes. And then I also noticed, so it's 3.7% to, return to build outside downtown, no CIPs, 3.8% to build downtown with a CIP. So really the only incentive there is actually 0.1%. So I suppose it must be significant enough for them to want to develop if 0.1% return at 3.8 is enough. So in my opinion, and I haven't run this by staff, but I still actually would like to see a 5% affordable mandatory requirement for folks accessing the downtown CIPs that we already have, given that the numbers are so close to each other that for somebody not to do a project because they'd have a 0.1% less return, to me is, I think, worth the gamble in order to actually get affordable units. In some of these buildings that we have downtown, we're seeing, hundreds of units and no affordable units set aside at all, and we have no other mechanism to require them. So I guess that's both a statement. You've answered my questions. Thank you so much. And I, between now and council, I'll be looking towards making some an amendment to require it with 5% affordable. But otherwise, I love everything. I have no further questions. A lot of it makes sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I guess the first question will follow up on the IRR. Does the IRR calculate into its formula the cost of land purchases?
I'll go to the consultant.
Yes, all of our financial modeling included land costs in the calculations.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'll just preface it by saying I don't support mandatory minimums as a correctional measure, and I'm not going to support mandatory minimums as a building measure either. With affordable, I think we need to look at some of the other recommendations that are in here. I think there's a lot of good things. I really appreciate the highlighting because there's a big misconception that AMR is the sticker price to get a private unit today. So I appreciate the report highlighting that even 100% AMR is actually a discount on what you would find in the private sector rent today. That's an often misunderstood number, and I think it's really important to underscore that, because I hear this all the time, oh, you only got 80% AMR. That is a significant discount from what you would see in the private marketplace today. So pointing out that even 100% is still a discount, I think is really important to underscore. I also am very cognizant of the fact, in hearing this over and over again, that a one-stop shop for information would be quite helpful. Where my concern in the recommendations and where I won't be supportive today is in clause C3, where we're talking about a communications and marketing strategy. I've heard over and over again, it's not, and this was said at the beginning, when we haven't had any uptake in the last 2 years. It's not that people don't know about it, it's that the incentives were not good enough. So I don't think that we need to be spending money on marketing and communications pieces. I think we should be spending our financial incentives on actual unit creation. And I think having that sort of concierge position is the communications piece, because then one person is providing all the direction to the applicants, and it's a consistent face that they're seeing as they work through these processes. But I've heard a lot of positive feedback from folks who are involved in the affordable housing sector in our community. particularly from the not-for-profits. It's been underscored how important some of these recommendations will be, and so I appreciate the work. You know, I am cognizant of the fact that this is also a civic administration shall report back on financials, that we're not actually approving incentives today because we have to get a report back on what they cost before we finalize that. So I'm supportive of that because, once again, there's a lot of good things in here, but we have budget constraints and we're not going to be able to afford to do them all. So I want us to focus on where our biggest bang for the buck is moving forward. So I'll end my comments there for now, Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Rahman and then to Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you so much for the report in front of us. I think it's a great starting point for our continued discussion. I wanted to particularly look at recommendation number 8, the ARU pilot program. I'm trying to better understand the $50,000 capital investment piece and the reason for the limited pilot, seeing what that it was done in other markets, and there was some reflection that perhaps it wasn't as well utilized, or there wasn't uptake because of the timeline for requiring that minimum. And I know that in the City of Toronto, they did 15 years. We're recommending about 10. Just wondering if you can share a little bit more about that, particularly on ARUs.
Oh, thank you very much for your question.
Please go ahead.
Through the chair. That there's a number of municipalities who are undertaking various pilot initiatives to try and get that gentle density in through accessory dwelling units. That there's also emerging, I think in a number of municipalities, a private sector response to say, here is, whether it's a 600, 700, 800 square foot unit that can fit in a number of backyards that might be 40 to 50 feet wide. So that's good that we're seeing the private sector saying there could be an opportunity. And so I guess the idea is to sort of mesh those two in a pilot program, get response so that some residents can say, okay, we're going to get a little bit of help to see both they're going through the process to fit these units into that. And the hope is that if there are some success stories, those can be shared throughout the community, that this actually is a practical way to achieve that gentle density. And our recommendation is to try to have some of those units, and that was at the $50,000 per unit level, to be affordable as well, to be required to be affordable through that financial assistance. We know that's not enough to offset that difference fully from a financial perspective, but by having that $50,000 per unit incentive, let's see if there are some households who want to move forward, and that will be enough incentive, and we'll be comfortable enough with that incentive to have the relatively affordable rents of less than $1,200 a month for a one-bedroom.
Councillor.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I think this is a good opportunity to look at going out with a marketing campaign around a pilot program on ARUs, specifically with the grants of up to $25,000, and then the potential grant opportunity for those that are looking at a $50,000 investment in order to have 100% of AMR as part of that opportunity. So I see a lot of potential with this. I do see that other communities are doing the same and latching on to these ideas, and that you're right, that the commercial side is coming on board as well and creating very purpose-built units that are very easy for people to put into consideration for their properties. So from a gentle density perspective, I think this is a good idea, and I think what we're doing on the ARU side with making it easier for folks to navigate our process by way of our website is a really good way for us to now attach some of these grants and opportunities to what we're putting out there. I'd like to see us do a little bit more on the marketing side to get the word out, and specifically, I know some have done some how-tos and discussions around that I think will be very helpful in the community as well. Overall, really pleased with what's in front of us, and I agree with my colleagues. There's a few other things that I think we need to sort out, especially the financial piece, but appreciate this as a preliminary conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go committee member, Deputy Mayor Lewis, and then I'll go to visiting Councillor Pribble. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate Councillor Rahman's comments because that leads me to a question for our staff. around ARUs. I know this is being worked on. I'm not sure because I haven't had a chance to, because the question just popped into my head. But in terms of the zoning building permit process, particularly for prefabs, where you're literally having a unit delivered to your property and installed, and we've seen a couple of even COPS has designed one here in London. Where are we with the streamlined process for the prefabs in terms of having that template process we've talked about so that they can be in an expedited process so people aren't waiting a long time if they choose to go that route?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, so ARUs and trying to incentivize those and provide more opportunities for the community is one of our key housing accelerator initiatives. Matt Felberg is going to provide more information. That's one of the projects that he's leading, so I'm going to pass it on to him to give us more details.
Mr. Felberg.
Thank you, and through the chair. So as council is likely aware, we've got a website right now where we've consolidated all of the information around ARUs. It's got zoning information, permit information, all the things that a resident might need in order to put a unit on their property. There's 4 different types of units we could use. There's the one in the additional unit added to a building to the primary residence. There's the unit that would be converted with a basement being converted. There could be a garage being converted. And then there's the pilot program is really talking about those prefab buildings that we're looking at. So through HAF initiative number 2 and number 4, we're working with the building department to come up with some parameters that we can put forward in order to release something that we can bring folks in, have them test out our process, test the zoning, test the building permit. As you may be aware, there are a significant number of changes to the building code recently as well, so we have to balance all of that in order to develop a program. So hoping by the end of the year that we'll have something ready to go out and be actually providing some of these units around the city.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'm glad that we're looking at that within the end of the calendar year, because I think particularly if we're going to be promoting this, we don't want residents caught up in a long process if they think that they can do this and then find that they get, and apologies, because bureaucracy has to be served, of course, and has its purpose, but we don't want them to get tied up in bureaucratic red tape where they end up saying, you know what, this is overwhelming, I'm walking away. So I appreciate that streamlining effort is happening. The other question that popped up, and with regard to Clause D, which is staff be directed to report back on the following recommendations that fall outside the legislative authority of a CIP. And the concierge one wasn't a concern for me because that's a staffing decision that we make internally. But D1 is the creating financial incentive programs to upgrade existing private residential stock that meet the 80 to 100% AMR thresholds. I'm concerned when we are asking staff to do work on creating a financial incentive that can't be done through a CIP. It's outside the legislative authority. Even working through my BIA, I know that when we talk about things that fall outside of a CIP, we cannot start using BIA CIP money to fund those things. So I guess I'm looking to Mr. Mathers or staff to provide some additional comment on why this recommendation is in there. If it's outside the CIP, I'm honestly not sure why we're asking staff to spend time to report back on this when we've got a number of other really excellent things that I'd much rather spend our time on because it's clear that they do fall within a CIP. So looking for some comment on that.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, I'm going to have the consultant speak to that question.
Okay. Thank you very much. Part of it was reporting back on some of the things we heard and also some of the incentives we've seen more recently some other municipalities undertake. There is a concern overall about, while the City of London and other municipalities very much want to focus on creating new affordable housing, there's the importance of preserving the existing stock for the longer term. There's, of course, now the federal government has announced a modest acquisition program by nonprofit groups for private sector. More recently, in the region of Waterloo, has an incentive program. It's not through a CIP. It's outside that to have a reduction in property taxes in exchange for long-term affordability of private sector or nonprofit housing. So part of it, why it's in the report, is that was some of the things we heard and some of the things we want to report on in other municipalities. You're right, there are a lot, Councillor, you're correct that there are a lot of things already to consider in the report, but we just felt obliged to report back on some of those examples that are happening in a related area, shall we say.
Deputy Mayor.
All right, thanks for that. Appreciate it. And certainly when we're talking about maintaining the stock in the not-for-profit sector, that for me is a different conversation than maintaining and providing incentives to upgrade stock in the private rental sector. I think that those are two very different entities to be working with. And so for me, that one's, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to support that one because I think that there are higher value things in this report that we can be focused on. And you know, at the end of the day, I know our amazing staff will say we will do whatever council directs us to do. But at some point in a 24-hour cycle, you all have to sleep. And I want to respect the amount of work that we're putting on your plate to bring back reports to us when I think that we can see some higher rates of return on some of these other recommendations. So with that, I know you have some other speakers on the list, but I'd like to move the staff recommendation so we can frame the discussion moving forward, Chair. So I'd like to move everything in the staff recommendation with, sorry clerk, I'm going to make your job a little tough here, with the exception of C3 and D1. Everything else I'm quite supportive of, and so I'm willing to put that on the floor.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder. Councilor Hillier has seconded. So a motion moved and seconded. Do you want to continue, Councilor or Deputy Mayor? Or?
I'm just going to be very brief. I think I've already outlined my reasons. There's a lot of recommendations in here. We are not going to be able to operationalize them all. We are not going to be able to fund them all. So for me, I want to narrow the scope just a little bit so that our team can start working on some of these things and get them in place. And you know, ultimately at the end of the day, if we task them with a little bit less, the sooner they can get back to us with something that we can operationalize. So that's why I'm putting this forward.
Councilor Purple.
Thank you, and through the chair, actually, to the consultant. And as I'm not an official member of this committee, I'm not sure maybe that they did receive additional information. But my question is, in the presentation, you mentioned we have comparative analysis in terms of demographics and housing costs, but I didn't see anywhere comparative analysis with the CIPs or any other benefits offered by other municipalities. Has this been completed as well?
Go to the consultant.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have. It is a fairly lengthy 100-page report, but there is a number of pages looking at what other municipalities have done in terms of CIPs and or other financial incentives to support new affordable housing outside. I think we have 8 or 9 municipalities highlighted in the report.
Councillor.
Thank you, and through the chair, follow up. Has this been submitted to us, or is it available to us?
It is through the full report. I think it's well into the pages 40, 50, or 60, so it's well down the document, but there is quite a fulsome report in that.
Perfect, thank you.
Available.
Thank you.
Okay, other, Councillor Frank.
Thank you, yes. I'd just like to, when we go to vote, pull it, so at the end, I'm not going to vote yes for item number 15, which is the second last on the it being noted clause.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to pull that item to vote on it separately. Okay, Councillor, we've got that in place. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Rahman first, then we'll go to Councillor Trasso.
Thank you. Just on the amendment.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify that the amendment was to just separate right now. Councillor Frank just asked to separate on the amendment, or she's asking to separate later on for item number 15?
We don't have an amendment. We have a motion that's been moved, and I believe Councillor Frank has asked one portion of that motion to be called separately.
Okay, thank you. So I'll look to ask that C and D be called separately as well. If we're, so you don't have to call the entirety of it separately, you just have to call C, D, and the being noted.
Is that, I'll ask. So we'll call all of C and D separate. Okay, does that work for you, Councillor Frank? Or is there, go ahead.
I think it's irrelevant to my part, but I'm
Okay.
not sure.
So here's, so 15 will be called separately. C and D will be called separately. We're all in agreement. Okay. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. Sorry, now that's sorted. So again, I am supportive of looking at having a number of tools available to us. So I think the report back under D is important so that we have all the information. We're not sure, I think, at this point, what will have the best uptake in the community. So having multiple opportunities to represent how the community can participate in creating affordable options, I think is important. I think that we have to do everything we can to not just put this on the backs of developers. I think it has to be a community response, and for that to be a community response, the entirety of the community has to be engaged in the conversation. And this is a way to get people into the conversation. We've heard it here at planning. People have come to us through PPMs and said they'd like the opportunity to be able to do more for people in their neighborhoods, and they have the space in their own, within their own properties to be able to create more affordable options. So we need to give them a path to do that. They want to be part of the solution. So I do think that a report back is important, and I do think that we also need to ensure that we are making the community aware. And I see us at the home shows, I see us at these events already, providing marketing material. I think this is just another opportunity to continue to say the city is committed to finding solutions to the affordability crisis, to ensuring that we have a lot of supply, and we're looking at every possible way to do so. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Trusso.
Thank you for recognizing me as a visiting councillor through the chair. I would just like to say I thought this report was very thorough. I really thank you for it. It came at a time when we had a very, very busy council packet, but it was really worth reading. I think I want to speak specifically to the communications and marketing strategy and the importance of that, since that seems to be something that's going to be on the floor. If we don't do a robust, active communication strategy that tries to reach a broader segment of the population than the regulars who come down here all the time and who are going, they're going to know what we're doing. We have to do this broader outreach, because I think Councilor Rahman is quite right. This is not just going to be members of the development industry who will be called on to participate in this, but it's going to be individual homeowners. Because I'm hearing so much already from people in the neighborhoods who are really interested in figuring out how they can participate in creating this gentle density, gentle density. And I don't think that we're at the point yet where we can say we've done a great job explaining to people how they go about doing this. So I think that if we don't take the communications and marketing strategy as set out in the recommendations seriously, we're shortcutting the whole process. And we've got to do a better job involving different members of the public in these programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Sorry, Chair, but through you, I think we need to be clear. What I've moved and what was seconded by Councillor Hillier does not include those things, the communication strategy and the report back on the private sector financial incentives. If colleagues want to add those in, they would have to amend the motion that's been moved and seconded to put those back in because they're not in the motion that's on the floor. I also want to take this opportunity to say, from a communications perspective, I respectfully put it back to councillors. You know, I look at what we do, what the city does for communications. You know, we received a media advisory today about the additional red light cameras being installed. And that will go out to the regular media outlets, and it might get a story. Mr. Newcomb's right here, so maybe he'll decide to write that into a story tonight or not. And it will get posted on the city's Facebook page, and it might go out in a neighbor good newsletter or something like that. But the city can only provide the water. It can't lead the horse to the hole to drink. But as councillors, we have a whole different network of people that we communicate with as our constituents on a regular basis. And it falls some of the responsibility to us to communicate out to our residents where these opportunities lie. So we can task staff with doing a communications policy. And we heard about the regulars who come down here to City Hall, and yes, they will know about it. And so will the regulars who visit the city social media page or who watch the 6 o'clock news. But we know already that literally thousands of people every day miss that news. And there's nothing that our staff can do to deliver it to their brains that they aren't already doing. That is our responsibility in part as councillors to communicate with the public on what the city is doing on these things. So I would encourage colleagues to not include the communications piece at this time, but to engage with staff, to find out about the details and the options. I had an email with Ms. McNeely last week about an ARU inquiry that came in, and she provided all the information I needed to send back to the constituent who was asking about it. Our staff will provide us information, but some of the communications responsibility has to lay with us. We're the public face of this institution that is City Hall in London. So while we might have staff help with some comms graphics or that kind of thing, I think we also have to, as individual councillors, take some onus on ourselves moving forward to communicate this out to the public. So that's why I didn't include it in my motion, but since we've been talking about it, I want to point out from a procedural process, an amendment to the motion would have to be made because it's not currently included.
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor Lewis, may I please ask you for confirmation? So you would like Part C3 and Part DI removed in the motion that you've passed?
Yes, when I moved the motion on the staff recommendation, it was with the exclusion of C3 and DI.
Thank you, and through you. So my point of pulling C and D separately is so that if it was not, if this motion went through, when we went to council, I could easily add back in, if this was called as a separate vote, the two pieces that we've removed. That was my intention.
But anyways. That's it, 3 o'clock.
Counselor, in the motion, C3 is not on the floor, and D1 is not on the floor. Where we're at right now is we're going to call what is on the floor of C and D remaining and 15. That's what we're going to call separately. I just want to be clear on that for you.
Thank you, I'm clear on that. Procedurally, I'm trying to find a path forward that if this were to pass, that it would be easier for my council colleagues if we were dealing with bringing the language back, that it would be easy to discuss at council, which is why I'm trying to pull it apart so that if I needed to bring it back at council, I can then maneuver it easier than bringing the entirety of the recommendations in front of us by just re-adding to C3 and D1. That's procedurally what I'm trying to get help to better understand, which is why I pulled it apart.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure you were clear on where we're going. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're overcomplicating things, folks. A councillor can move an amendment here or at council at any time to add something in or to remove something. So procedurally, it really doesn't matter. It can be an amendment now, it can be an amendment later. But what we do need to decide is what we're voting on today, which is why I put these forward. If colleagues want to move an amendment, they should do that. If they want to think about it and move an amendment at council, that can be done too. Calling it separately today won't change the ability to make an amendment at council.
I appreciate that, but we're going to proceed as committee members want to proceed, and this is the way they're choosing. My purpose here is to make sure everyone understands where we're going. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate how you are pulling it apart. I had one question through you to staff. Just wondering regarding the communication campaign. The first question I had was there going to be any cost for that, and were we going to hire an external consultant to do that?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, there is a description that's provided in the report of the marketing program. So at this point, depending on the magnitude of the program, and if there's specific concerns with the scope of it, we can definitely look at reducing that scope. The program that's suggested, it very much aligns with what we do with a lot of our various programs like social media posts, city website information, press releases, periodic reports to council, those types of things, creating information packages. So some of this definitely does overlap with work that we'd be doing through Housing Accelerator anyways. But what I'm hearing is that there is a strong opinion to not spend huge amounts of funding on the actual program. So whatever is the result of this discussion, we'd make sure that it was scoped to the appropriate level that council would like to direct us to.
Councillor.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, so I mean, I want it to be well communicated because I want people to use this. So through you to staff, I'd be very happy with the regular communications work that the communications team does. It's in-house, it's robust, and I definitely wouldn't be able to communicate it by just kind of, taking this report and posting on my social media page. That wouldn't be very effective. So even regardless of whether or not this passes here at council, I still will look to staff to be able to provide the graphics, the social media posts, the media release. So regardless of where this is, I just want to provide that to staff because I will need that help.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments or questions? If the committee will allow me to just, I've got a question and then a few comments. To the consultant, I just have a question regarding the demographic numbers. We have approximately 60,000 students between Fanshawe and Western in the city out of a population of 401,000. How did you factor that in? Does that skew your numbers? So for example, you see 43% of our population have income under 60,000, 42% renters. Does the impact of a heavy school population impact those numbers just in relation to the, to the other city averages that you gave and to the provincial averages?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. The data that we have in that is based on the census data, 2021. So it is impacted, but not as large as those numbers because the census data, when it's filled out, it's based on where is your permanent residence. So for the post-secondary students, it'll be a wide mixture. Many will fill out the census form for their parental home. There'll be others graduate students who have moved more permanently into London but are still studying. So it will be a blend. But we base that off the census data as they collect that.
Thank you. Yeah, I realize that not all the students are coming from outside the area, and there's many that live here. And the only reason I bring that up, and that's enough, that's my questions, that's it, is just to put it in context. Because you look at the numbers, you go, holy smokes, London has a pretty big affordability crisis here in comparison to the others, but you have to put that in context with the amount of student population that comes in every September and leaves in May. That still has an impact on our housing, there's no question, because those folks are renting as well, but just to put things in context. My comments are this: when we talk about affordability, this is a very complex issue that cities are dealing with across North America. I truly believe that it's driven by supply and demand. Right now, demand is totally exceeding supply. We're doing what we can internally as a city through the wonderful work that Mr. Mathers is doing with his planning staff in creating the environment to encourage more building with our development community. That being said, we have to mitigate as best as we can the circumstances for those folks that are being harmed by this until we catch up, until supply catches up with demand. How we do that is constrained, quite frankly, on city resources. It's complex, and are we really helping those that need help? So affordable housing, what is that? Is that 80% of average market rent? Is it rent geared to income? And how is that going to be administered? And is it feasible? Because I know with bonusing, there are projects that are being delayed because the bonusing that they're working under makes the project not feasible given the costs that are present in the marketplace today. So what we have to come up with, quite frankly, is enough incentive for these units to be built. Then who's going to build them? And what I hear from developers when we have average market rent units, the bureaucracy administration to manage that, like say 5 units out of like a 70-unit building, is a barrier, quite frankly, because it could go on for 25, 30 years. Who's going to manage that? And from City Hall, who's going to manage? Who's living there? Are we going to review the person who's living there, their financial circumstances every year? I have heard solutions from the developing community. It might be better to put certain resources that would go to the affordable units, maybe pool them into a separate building run by a nonprofit. Because then the administration is being taken off the developers who are not experienced, or to those that are experienced and are used to working with the city. So I just ask that kind of be kept in mind as you review this, because at the end of the day, we want things to be built, not come up with a plan that developers will not use because it's not feasible or the administrative costs are too high. So I just wanted to make that clear as we go down this road. We have a motion moved and seconded, and we'll be calling parts separately. So I will put the motion, except for C3, D1, and 15 on the floor, and we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'll now put clause 15 on the floor.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
I'll now put C1 and 2 and D2 on the floor. Hold on, Heather.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to 3.2, which is 1944 Bradley Avenue. I'll look for motion to open the public My apologies, Deputy City Manager Mathers. I got lost in the context of it. We have, unfortunately, another retirement of a very valued staff who's been here with us for many years. And it's hard to see that source of knowledge and expertise leave us. And I'd like to go to Deputy City Manager Mathers now.
Thank you so much. So I just want to say a few words about Jimmy Anchula, who's right behind us. The last report was his, and this is his last PEC meeting. So wanted to just provide a little bit for the group here and a background of Jim and our thanks to him. So Jim's been at the city for almost 14 years in his 30-year municipal career. He's currently the manager of our core area and urban regeneration. He has immense knowledge. He has knowledge of, he's a planner, he's an urbanist, he's got that architectural background, has made him so beloved by his colleagues and has that unique understanding and appreciation and development in urban design, and it's been a huge asset to the city. That's coupled with his strong commitment to our BIAs and his desire to improve the downtown. It's made him a really ideal person to hold this position. Jim's knowledge and skill has been sought after by other municipalities, and he's presented in North America and internationally on the topic of urban revitalization. Over the years, Jim has been a strong advocate for the downtown businesses. As well, he's been a really strong community member working with the downtown BIA and recently won an award for that work. When Dundas Place was first approved, Jim's leadership and his engagement with the Dundas Street building and store owners, it was instrumental to the success of that project. So Jim became known as Downtown Jim and was available to listen to the merchants and address all of their concerns. It's apparent to all that Jim's passion, his involvement, positivity, and pride in the state of the downtown goes over and above and beyond that of his role. So I just wanted to really highlight Jim has been an instrumental part of our team, and he really is part of that strong definition of what a true public servant should be. He puts his heart and soul in everything that he does, and his caring nature and positive attitudes has been very much valued by all the people that work with him. We're going to really greatly miss Jim, his expertise, his professionalism, and his attitude, and that kindness that he brings to everyone. So just want to thank Jim now for all of his many years of service. He'll be greatly missed, and we wish him very much the best moving forward. So thanks, everybody, and thank you, Jim.
Well, Mr. Anchula, I can see you blushing behind Ms. McNeely back there. I'm sure you're not used to that, but I just, from a personal aspect, I got to know Mr. Anchula before my time as councillor, as a member of the board on the Downtown Business Association, and always appreciated his the way he was kind of liaison between what the city was doing and what the merchants and the BIA was doing. In his just general care for the downtown. A lot of stuff has gone on over the last many years with dealing with construction, important sewer, regeneration, which was a big headache to all of us, but needed. And his care and understanding of what the merchants were going through was much appreciated, and how he could mitigate as much as possible the disruption, and then leading up to where we are today, with Dundas Place and various issues, et cetera. Your work is much appreciated and will be missed, quite frankly. So thank you very much. Okay, moving on now to 3.2, 1944 Bradley Avenue. I'll look for a motion to open up. Councilor Rahman.
Sorry, before Mr. Yanchula leaves, I just wanted to share one thing and completely embarrass him, but when I was 18 years old, I was part of the Downtown Revitalization Task Force for the City of Windsor. So he was Downtown Jim in Windsor before he was Downtown Jim in London. And I had the fortune of doing 2 terms of a university placement under Mr. Yanchula. So he was also my first experience with city staff. And what a bar you set. And I just wanted to thank you for that mentorship and your leadership here in our city and in all of your years in planning. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll go to Councilor Pribble.
Very brief follow-up on Mr. Yanchula. Thank you very much. And as a member of the Downtown Business Organizations, I have to concur everything what was stated by Mr. Maters. Thank you. Very challenging times. We are not out of it yet, but we are certainly on the right path, and thank you for that.
Thank you. I think, looking around, I think we'll let you leave, Mr. Angela. You're welcome to stick around for another 6 hours, but you deserve some rest. Thank you. Now we will go on to 3.2, 1944 Bradley Avenue. I'll look for motion to open the public participation meeting. Councilor Rahman, second. Mayor Lewis, and I'll call them.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Any technical questions for staff at this time? Seeing none, then I will look if the applicant would like to address the committee. I see you, sir, online. If you could give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Martin Barkapone. I am a Vice President and Registered Professional Planner with Weston Consulting. I'm here on behalf of the owners and applicant for 1944 Bradley Avenue. I have prepared a short presentation to kind of walk through the approved draft plan subdivision and how that ties into the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. I can certainly walk through that for committee if they wish. I am appreciative of your agenda and its length, so if you would prefer to waive my presentation, I can do that. But if there is interest in hearing about the background of the file, some of the details, I can certainly bring up the presentation to walk through it with committee.
We have the report in front of us. We have a rather long agenda today, so if you can keep it within 5 minutes, I'll leave it to you.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure who has control. I can certainly bring it up on my side, but if the IT on your side could bring it up, the presentation, please.
I'll just make sure. I don't think we can.
Okay, then I can certainly.
Second, yeah, I'll ask the clerk. Unfortunately, we do not have the presentation, so we're not able to bring it up on the screen at this time.
Okay, I can certainly raise it on my side.
Okay.
Okay, can we all see that?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, as noted, I'm here on behalf of the owners of 1944 Bradley Avenue. We have submitted a draft plan of subdivision to facilitate the development of 271 dwelling units. The submitted development application for the rezoning is needed to rezone the lands to allow for the plan to go through. There we go. On screen here is an aerial of the subject lands. Generally, it's currently vacant in terms of its use. There is an existing farm dwelling on the southern portion of the lands, but the majority of it is vacant with a portion of environmental and natural heritage to the north of the site. A bit about the development plan here. So what is on screen is a version of the draft plan That is draft approved by staff. I mentioned the number of units at 271. So there is a mix of 47 single detached dwellings that will have frontage on a public road. Similarly, there will be 154 street towns on a public road. And then there is a proposed future development block that will house approximately 90 condominium townhouse units. What you'll see in the upper right corner of this slide here is the image of a conceptual design of that townhouse block. So as part of our submissions to staff, we outlined what this could conceptually look like. And the zoning that is before the committee and ultimately council will essentially permit a version of this. This would be subject to a future site plan application. So the exact details will be determined at a future date. But generally, the intent is to develop that block as to what's shown in the upper right corner of the plan. I noted that we did receive draft approval for this development on May the 16th last month, and we do have conditions of draft approval signed. What I will want to flag is that the proposed development is only on the north half of the property. If you can see my cursor here, this is a hydro corridor that bisects the lands. That is also the city's urban boundary limit. So everything on the north side of that limit is part of the draft approval in terms of the proposed development and the rezoning application, while the southern half will remain outside of the urban boundary and will remain as agricultural and rural. In terms of the official plan with the London plan, I noted that the north portion of the lands are inside the boundary while the southern portion is out. You'll see that with that red line that bisects the property. I won't go too much into the land uses. Again, that's in staff report, so I won't repeat what's already been provided written. But that outlines the existing land uses for the property, while the next slide outlines the existing zoning. Again, this is also shown in staff report, which outlines what the current zoning permissions are. The majority of the property is zoned for residential, and the rezoning is to implement the proposed built forms that is anticipated through the draft plan subdivision. On screen here is a comparison table of what is proposed to be rezoned. Again, a lot of detail here, and in the interest of time, I won't walk through each element specifically. But what this shows is the different zones that the lands will be rezoned to from what is existing today. There are some special provisions that have been requested by the applicant, and there are also some staff recommendations that are within their report and included within the staff report and the draft bylaw amendments that my client does not have any issues with. This includes maximum projection of garages for the single detached and the lot sizes for the street townhouses, as well as the maximum density for that condo block that I had mentioned earlier. And I did want to flag that there is a parkette proposed in the northern portion of the lands that will back onto a future trail system and the natural heritage features that we're looking to protect through a 30-meter buffer. So at a high level, I made it quick. At a high level, this application is intended to support the approved draft plan of subdivision. The conditions attached to the draft bylaw amendment, my client has no issues with. There is also a proposed holding provision that requires us to address items like servicing and access that, again, my client has no issues with. So unless there are any further questions of me, I can hand things back over to committee and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to make it clear, while we didn't have the presentation available up on the screen, we did get it as an added printed out. So we have that information in front of us. Thank you. I'll go to any members of the public that would like to address the committee at this time regarding this item. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Anna Maria Velastro. This development should be condensed into 3-story walk-up blocks to increase the land's green space around this development so that people have more space to play. I'm not sure if the block on the east side is farmland. You need to consider pesticide use and how that's going to impact the people that live there. Down the road on Old Victoria Road, there's a factory farm with cattle, breeding cattle that stinks. And so there's no reason to not, that you can't condense this development into 3-story blocks the way they do in Europe. So 3 stories are very accessible, they're very homey, they're comfortable. It allows for more green space. If there's children, you can have a park. And that's really how development should go forward. It's really about, manageable density and how much buffer and green space there is, outdoor space, so people can be outdoors, be active, and you have to consider pesticide use and how that's going to impact them on adjacent farms, and the smell from the factory cattle farm down on Old Vic Road.
Thank you. Any other speakers that would like to address the committee at this time? I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online.
Sanj, online, please.
Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, Sanj Jagan. No comments at this time.
Okay, thank you.
There's no one else.
Clerk has informed me there's no one else online. Is there anyone else who would like to address the committee? Seeing no one else, I'll look to a motion to close the PPM. Councilor Rahman, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'll look to the committee now for comment motions, etc. Councilor Frank?
Thank you. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. I'll look for a seconder. Councilor Rahman, second. We have a motion moved and second. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to 3.3, this is regarding 1806 Avalon Street. I'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councilor Rahman. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Any questions from committee of technical nature for staff? Seeing none, I'll look for the applicant. If you'd like to address the committee, please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Excuse me. My name is Dan Murphy. I'm an urban planner with Civic Planning and Design. Excuse me. Representing our client, Daryl Neville, the owner and developer of the property at 1806 Avalon Street. We're excited to be reaching this milestone with this development, which contemplates 16 two-story townhouse units and 2 existing single detached dwellings on this unique remnant L-shaped parcel of land located at the western terminus of Avalon Street. I want to thank Michael Clark and the rest of planning and development staff for their work on this proposal, and we are in full agreement with the staff recommendation. This development is oriented backyard to backyard to address privacy, light, and noise impacts to neighbors, and the 2-story building form is in keeping with the surrounding context. Additionally, privacy fences and enhanced landscaping will be installed around the boundary of the site to reduce overlook into adjacent backyards. Additional proposed site features include a stormwater retention area, internal vehicle turnarounds, a 30-meter setback from the CP rail lines to the north, and individual private amenity areas in the rear yards of each unit. This proposal provides for the infill and intensification of this unique remnant parcel and contributes to a range and mix of housing options within a highly accessible location in East London, just footsteps from Dundas Street. This proposal meets the intent of the neighborhood's place type and the London plan. We appreciate your time and consideration of this application today, and I'm available to answer any questions from the committee or members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look to members of the public that would like to address the committee regarding this application. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online.
Gail?
Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
I just wanted to make sure my Zoom was working, sorry. Yeah, I've had my questions answered. through emails, but the only thing, my concern with this is because you're building beside a lumber yard and the CP rail line, that one little street that they're showing, the L-shaped, I would prefer that there be an exit, so in case fire trucks have to access the townhomes, and if you have cruisers and ambulances showing up, I don't feel there's enough room to do 3-point turns on the little street, so I was hoping that there would be an access point, like to exit the street. And that was my only concern, along with the extra traffic that will be added. Because there's already a bottleneck at the Bank of Montreal at noon and at between 4 and 6 p.m. So if we're adding 16 extra units, so if there's 2 extra cars per unit, there's going to be over 32 cars coming down Beatrice Street. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address the committee? I'll ask clerk if there's anyone else online. No. Seeing none, I'll look for motion to close the PPM. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Rahman.
Closing the vote, the motion carried 5-0.
I'll just go to staff on that one question raised, concern about access for emergency vehicles. They can address that, please.
Through the chair, my name is Michael Clark. Transportation staff haven't indicated any concerns with the emergency access or access for emergency vehicles. Our limit allows up to 80 units on one access. This is just adding, this is 18 units in total. And there are sufficient turnarounds built into the design to allow trucks to turn around on the site sufficiently.
Thank you. So I'll go to committee now. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'm happy to move the staff recommendation. This is an infill development in Ward 2. I recognize Gail's concern about a bottleneck at Beatrice, but residents actually do have multiple exit options along Avalon, along Ronald, along Patterson, and so not every vehicle should be traveling down Beatrice in terms of creating additional bottlenecks there. But I do welcome the opportunity to welcome new residents into the neighborhood. This land has been vacant a long time. Development has been discussed. Various projects have been discussed and never come to fruition on this site. So I'm glad to see one that the new owner is finally bringing forward, and thank the team at Civic for providing good information as well to constituents as this has moved forward.
Thank you. I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Frank. And we have motion moved and seconded. Any comments or questions before I call the vote? Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, 3.4, this is regarding a demolition request for 520 South Street. I'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Rahman, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Any technical questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll look, see if the applicant would like to address the committee. I think I see someone online. Is that correct? Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Simona Rasanu. I'm a planner with Strick Baldwin Limones and the agent for this application. I've reviewed the staff report and fully supported. I would just like to say that the HIA consultant, architect Alicia Lesniak is also joining me today. So if there are any questions for either of us, we'll be happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll go to members of the public that would like to address the committee on this particular item. I'll ask staff, or clerk rather, if there's anyone online. Seeing none online and seeing nobody in the gallery, I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Rahman. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Councilor Rahman.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
And I'll look for a seconder, Deputy Mayor Lewis. We have a motion moved and seconded. Councilor Frank.
Thank you. I had one question for staff on this item. It makes sense, obviously, to demolish this since it is falling apart, quite in a state of disrepair and clearly an example of demolition by neglect. I'm just wondering, my understanding is that there are almost 50 inspections on the site since 2019. And I'm wondering, with those property standard violations and inspections, it doesn't seem that we are able to actually increase the penalty enough in a way to actually get the homeowner to maintain the property and renovate it, because it obviously has continued to deteriorate. I'm just wondering, given that there's been that many inspections, have we recouped the cost even of sending out all of the property standard staff? Because it does seem quite significant for all the efforts we've gone to try and enforce the standard that people experience or expect from us, and it clearly has not been maintained.
I'll go staff.
Thank you, through the chair. I believe we've got staff from compliance on the line that might be best to answer this question.
Please go ahead.
Through the chair, we can provide that information prior to council. We don't necessarily have the person online right now, so what we can provide that to council and committee.
Councillor.
Thank you. Yes, I'd appreciate that, because we've seen quite a few demolition by neglects. And I'm just wondering, one follow-up, and perhaps it is also, again, it has to be a follow-up after the meeting. Does the city ever step in and do the repairs if it is a significant asset? Is that something that we have ever done or would ever do? Obviously, again, in this case, I don't think that this is an example of that, but there are many buildings around the city that are significant, more significant than this one.
I'll go staff.
Thank you, through the chair. One of the tools that is available for heritage properties is the property standards bylaw. That bylaw has enhanced minimum standards for heritage designated properties, so it does allow the city to undertake works or alterations, repairs, and then either register a lien on the property or add the cost of that to a property owner's taxes. That tool, however, is only available for heritage designated properties. So in this case, this is a heritage listed property where the question is whether the property meets that criteria for designation or not. So we do have that tool under the property standards bylaw, but it's only for heritage designated properties.
Councillor.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We have a motion moved and seconded. Any questions or comments before I call the vote? I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we are now at 3.5, and this is regarding 367 Springbank Drive. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Rahman. I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Any questions of a technical nature for staff, committee members? Seeing none, I'll look to see if the applicant would like to address the committee. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is David French with Story Samways Planning, and we are acting as the agent for this rezoning application. We have reviewed the application as well as a staff report and wholeheartedly concur with the staff recommendations. Simply here to answer any questions if the committee has any. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll look to members of the public that would like to address the committee regarding this property. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online. There's no one online. And I don't see anyone rushing to the mic, so I'll look for motion to close the PPM. Councillor Frank moves it, seconded by Councillor Rahman.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Put this on the floor, Councilor Frank.
Thank you. I'd like to move the staff recommendation and just say thank you to the applicant. This is in my ward, and I'm sure that many of my residents are excited to be able to walk and get their teeth cleaned. So appreciate the work that the applicant has done, and I haven't heard any concerns from my residents, so very happy to move the motion.
Okay. I have seconder, Councilor Rahman. Other comments, questions before I call the vote? A motion moved and seconded, and I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on. 3.6. We have a revised recommendation. Just to bring people up to speed, just a few days ago, the provincial government enacted a law that removes university lands from the planning process for cities. It is part of, it was on our agenda, so we didn't remove it from our agenda. However, we will not be taking any other action on this except for receiving comments heard today. So if you're here to make comments regarding this, just be advised that the city has no jurisdiction here. I'll go to staff if staff would like to make a comment towards that. Does staff wish to comment? No? Okay. Yeah, again, as of a few days ago, the city has no jurisdiction on planning matters on university lands. I see you, sir. Please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Just to clarify, is this a public participation meeting still?
Correct. Because it's on our agenda, we will we will hear comments, but I just wanted to advise the public that the committee and the city no longer have jurisdiction on this property. Yep. Councilor Rahman.
Do you need us to move to open it?
Oh, did we not? Oh, my apologies. We didn't open the PPM. You're right.
Thank you. I'll open it.
We have motion to open the PPM and seconded by Councilor Frank, and we'll call that vote. Sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Now we're in public session, sir, and you may go ahead. Please give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Brendan Samuels. I'm the chair of the Environmental Stewardship and Action Community Advisory Committee for the City of London. I'm a graduate student at Western University, and I've been following this application internally from the university's point of view, and I guess from a city's point of view. I'm here mainly to ask some questions about Bill 185. I understand this is fairly new. I was especially worried about the exemption from the Planning Act and the lack of clarity in the bill itself. I tried to reach out to the province through the Standing Committee, and I also submitted information through the Environmental Registry of Ontario, just trying to understand the scope of what this exemption actually applies to. Are we just talking about the construction of buildings for housing, or does this also apply to things like servicing for those buildings? If you're looking at increasing density in an area along Richmond Street, there could be implications for traffic, implications for emergency vehicles. There's an ongoing project with the University Drive Bridge not too far away. And I'm just wondering about, now that we have sort of siloed applications within the university lands from municipal planning processes, what the impacts of that will be on the near campus neighborhoods. I also have a few questions I've prepared, and I'm wondering if staff might be able to speak to them. Number one, does Bill 185 apply this exemption to colleges, or is it just to universities? Number two, what happens to the municipality's role of facilitating public consultations about developments that are happening on university-owned lands? Does that mean we don't have public meetings about these things anymore, even though there's no site plan approval? That question about the exemption's applicability, is the scope just to building construction or other aspects related to new housing on university lands? I'm wondering about whether the city has the flexibility to pass along voluntary recommendations to the university about housing projects, even if they can't be enforced through site plan approval. And finally, just in general, how growth of the university is going to be accounted for by municipal planning moving forward. Those are my questions, and would appreciate any insight that can be shared. Thank you.
Thank you. Usually I wait till everyone's spoken, but given the context, I think I'll go to staff right now to address those questions.
Through the chair, so I'll be just very frank with committee that we can't provide legal advice or interpretations of legislation as part of our planning comments to folks, whether it's for the public or for council's digestion. That is would be an in-camera or an item for our legal staff to provide. So what we can say is that we have done the review, and it's very clear that this the report that's before you, like looking for the zoning change, is not required anymore based on what the new legislation says. So all of those other elements, as far as being able to understand how this applies to actual construction within the university campus, that will be for the university to spend that time and understanding and knowledge of. If there's any comments that are received, that will be really at council's direction as far as what we pass along. There wouldn't be any requirements for public participation meetings moving forward if there isn't that planning need in the future for a zoning application process. So that's from the very high levels, comments on those questions.
Thank you. You have a couple minutes left on your presentation.
I suppose my one final question I would ask is, with respect to protections for the natural heritage system around university-owned lands, what is the role of the municipality moving forward, given this exemption, in ensuring that these developments are not impacting the natural heritage system in a negative way?
Okay, is that the end of your comments?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll look for any other people that would like to address the committee. So clerk, if there's anyone on, there's no one online. Oh, excuse me, ma'am.
Comment.
I see you coming.
Okay.
Take your time.
Okay. I live
Please
at,
give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
my name is Kathleen Galileo, and I live at 15 Tower Lane. So you can see that we're very close to this. And my point is that our back property is going to be 6.81 meters between us and this building. And in terms of privacy and, most importantly, fire safety and students kind of milling about, we think that that's very, very small amount, 6.81 meters. But we understand you can't do much about it. But we had to come and say that today.
Thank you. Look for any other speakers that would like to address the committee. Seeing none. Hold off, Councillor. We're still in the public participation part. I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Robin, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So I'll look to committee just to receive the comments. Someone like Councilor Rahman, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. And I'll now look for any comments or questions from committee members or visiting councilors. Councilor Hopkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. I do have a, maybe it's just a follow-up question to the public questions that were asked. I know in the past, when provincial bills come forward, municipalities are able to bring forward comments. And just wondering with Bill 185, if we were able to bring forward comments to the provincial government on the bill.
I'll go to staff on that question.
Thank you, through the chair. That is something that we're taking on as part of our work program and in consultation with legal. It may not be the next PEC cycle as we are working through and we have quite a heavy workload, but we will do our best to get it forward to committee and council.
Councillor.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that that is a possibility.
Any other comments? Councillor Tresso.
Yes, as the ward councillor, I've received quite a bit of commentary about this project, and I will not go into the things that are not on the table, so I won't be addressing the variances and et cetera. But I really would have appreciated a heads up from the province, not necessarily to me as the ward councillor, but through the city. Imagine my surprise when the day before the public participation meeting, I'm told that this is no longer an issue because new legislation has been passed. Now, I really want to reiterate some of the concerns that have been raised, because the resident identified herself as living, I think she said, Tower Lane. Now, those are private properties that back onto the university. Those are city land, those are not university lands. There's a border between the back of the Tower Lane lots and the university. And for many, many years, residents of especially the south side of Tower Lane have expressed, concerns about the university. Now, certainly, the province has the ability to do what they did, and they did what they did, and that's the law. However, with respect to Tower Lane, that's still under city jurisdiction. And I would like to think that if there are traffic and garbage and noise issues that arise because of delivery trucks on Tower Lane, which, by the way, is where the deliveries are going to be for this project, that's something that the city would have to take cognizance of, even though we can't really talk to the university about their building. But once you cross that boundary, and the one I want to use right now is the boundary between the university dorm and Richmond. The university received an exemption from having to do the traffic study, which is usually part of an application. I was hoping to raise some questions about that during this hearing. That won't happen. However, I just want to stress that the traffic issues on Richmond in that vicinity are not going to go away. And I just want people to think about what we had at the Lux a few blocks to the north several years ago when the Lux development went in, and it did not go in with a very thoughtful sort of pull-in bay, and it created a lot of congestion and difficulty on Richmond. I really worry that we're going to be looking at the same thing here. Not necessarily because of this project, or not necessarily because of the conduct of the students, but just because of the growth in this part of the campus area. So while we can't tell the university what they can build, we certainly have to take responsibility for what happens on Tower Lane and writ larger Richmond. And these issues are not going to go away. And while the representative from the community association did not come today, because this is off the table, rest assured that these issues will continue to be raised by the many residents who are still there in the near campus neighborhood, and particularly in the Broughdale Community Association. So thank you very much for hearing me out. And more to come.
Thanks, Counselor. We have a motion moved and seconded. Any other comments or questions before I call the vote? No, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.7. This is regarding 735 Southdale Road West. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councilor Rahman, seconded by, I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Any questions of a technical nature for staff at this time? Seeing none, I'll look to see if the applicant would like to address the committee. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Caitlin Crowley, Senior Planner with Zelenka Priamo. With me here, I also have Harry Frusios, Principal Planner with Zelenka Priamo. I do also have Kyle McIntosh, Engineer with MTE, and Dave Heyman, which is our Natural Heritage Consultant from MTE. So any one of those people might be answering questions afterwards, should the committee have any questions. So I would first like to thank staff, in particular Allison Curtis and Bruce Page, for their continued work on this file. We have gone through several design iterations for this proposal, and we hope that the committee will support our latest proposal for a maximum height on this property of 12 stories and a maximum density of 231 units per hectare, rather than the staff recommended amendments for 9 stories and 120 units per hectare. We don't believe that the staff report has provided enough or any justification for their suggested refusal of our request and the proposed regulations. We have found that there is some perhaps misleading information in the staff report as well. While we have not finalized a servicing upgrade solution for this project, it is our intent, and always has been from the beginning of this project, that our client will not be taking away any servicing capacity from abutting properties, and that through future proposed servicing upgrades, the lands designated medium-density residential in the Southwest Area Plan along both Southdale Road and at the corner of Bostwick and Pack Road will have the same allocated density of 231 units per hectare through various options reviewed in our servicing feasibility study. So all existing development in the area was considered through this analysis. Low-density residential sites were assumed to have a density of 30 units per hectare. So all surrounding undeveloped and developed properties will either have the same capacity they have today, or they will have more capacity through our proposed servicing upgrade. Once finalized, our proposed servicing upgrade is intended to be a public benefit. It was also noted in the staff report that the upgrades to Southdale Road West are currently planned and budgeted for 2031, which will facilitate the relocation of the wetland along the east portion of the property and allow the extension of Regiment Road out to Southdale Road. The staff report states that development of 735 Southdale cannot occur until after this project is complete. So we will be seeking to shorten the 2031 timeline that is noted in the staff report through the Growth Management Implementation Strategy, or GMIS, as the owner is highly motivated to coordinate development in this area prior to 2031. Neighbors to the west and south of this property, which is Southside, they have submitted a letter to the committee which was on the added agenda. In a review of this letter, we note that Southside is not opposed to the proposed height, density, or setbacks, but have submitted the letter to ensure that they do not lose servicing capacity that they have right now. We have always allocated the same density or more to their lands in the area. So concerns that Southside has made in their letter can be addressed through the holding provision and through future detailed design and analysis. We agree with staff's recommendation for the holding provision on the property until such a time that a servicing solution can be achieved. I also submitted a letter to the committee members on June 6th. This letter was just kind of intended to explain our rationale for our proposed regulations that differ from the recommendations of the staff report. So to reiterate, the request that was made through this application was for a maximum height of 12 stories, and the staff report proposes a height of 9. The request that was made through this application was for a density of 231 units per hectare, whereas the staff report proposes a maximum density of 120 units per hectare. The request we would also like to make to the committee is for a minimum wetland buffer in the form of an OS5 zone boundary of 20 meters, whereas the staff report proposed 30. We also request that the committee consider a minimum rear yard setback of 20 meters, whereas the staff report has proposed a rear yard setback of 25. We also require a 10-meter interior side yard setback for the proposed 12-story buildings, which city staff are supportive of. However, we also need a 3-meter interior side yard setback for the proposed 3-story townhouse at the west portion of the property. A new conceptual development plan and revised shadow study were also submitted with this letter. In the shadow study, it provided minimal shadowing to the south, east, and west abutting properties. The staff recommended regulations do not support optimal development and intensification of this property and only offers what is permitted in the Southwest Area Plan. We don't believe that adhering to outdated policies in light of the current housing situation is a reasonable approach in this instance. We should be looking to go beyond the outdated policies and approach. Staff have confirmed in their report to the committee that the proposed development satisfies the criteria set out in the Southwest Area Plan for increased density, but will not support the proposed density. As a proposal for 120 units per hectare was not put in front of staff from our side, we can only conclude that the current proposal for 231 units per hectare satisfies the Southwest Area Plan criteria. In our opinion, the overall vision for London is represented through the proposed amended development. Thank you for your consideration, and as discussed, the Natural Heritage and Engineering consultants are here, as well as myself, for any planning questions.
Thank you. Any other speakers that would like to address the committee? Ms. Velastro, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
So protecting wetlands is not outdated policy, and setbacks are not outdated policy. There's reasons why you have setbacks, because you're not on an island. There's people around you, and there's technical reasons to have setbacks, and that's because it helps with drainage. It helps with air circulation in a building. It buffers. It allows you to buffer so that you can be considerate towards your neighbors. So they're not outdated policies. Okay, and this is the sort of thing that we fight all the time, is that developers are just looking at the bottom line. They're not good neighbors. They don't build buildings that make good neighbors. So I just find that a little bit offensive. So protecting wetlands is not outdated policy, and having buffers is not outdated policy. And we're trying to get the city to stick to their own policies, because every development proposal that comes forward, this current committee throws those rules out, and people are starting to get tired and frustrated at the fact that rules just don't matter. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the committee? Please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Milson, and I live across the street from the planned Building D that they're proposing. I live on Oak Grove Place, and I feel that, that area's been in there since 2002, and it's been farmlands all around. And now it's all of a sudden being this proposal of four buildings, 3 of them being 12 units, 1 of them being a 9-unit, is pretty aggressive for an area where we've been overlooking farmlands since 2002, even before that. I was born and raised here in London, and I just feel that with Building D being directly across our subdivision, our low-density residential area, again, is really invading our privacy. And I don't think that was put into consideration. So my living space and my neighbors, of course I can only speak on my behalf right now, but is completely affected. Like, I will have no privacy in my backyard, absolutely nothing. That's my living space, that's where my children want to hang out and play, and I know that with these buildings, it's not going to be, I'm assuming it's not going to be owned units, they're gonna be rented. And I just want, and I know that there's also been some points made as far as, if there's a possible way to just, either move that building D so it's not directly across the street from our low-density area. I just feel that wasn't considered at all and that wasn't thought about, or it just doesn't matter. There are some things that you've mentioned in the language here, and it does speak about, like in the proposed plans that I went online and looked, it does discuss, we talk about height, it talks about privacy, and I feel like that was not actually looked at all as far as our residential area. And the land use policies content also goes on to discuss, right, I can't get it up. My apologies. Anyway, it talks about the land of units being only maximum of 4 to 6 units. So I don't understand where all of a sudden I was told that the municipal council was one that agreed on these 12 units, and I just feel that again we should have been considered in that decision making, and that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Look for other speakers. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online. There's no one online. Seeing no other speakers, I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Seconded by Councilor Rahman. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll put the item on the floor. I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I circulated to colleagues earlier an alternate motion from the staff, alternate motion for our consideration. So there's a couple of alternates here. So I'm going to put that on the floor, and I'm going to highlight to colleagues what the significant changes are with regard to that for the special provisions on the zoning, which does give the 231 units per hectare and a 20-meter setback from the rear yard line. And it does provide the 12-story height for the 3 buildings rather than the one at 9 stories. And I am willing to move this because, as the applicant referenced, an alternate plan was circulated. But when the alternate plan was circulated, it came too late for a staff evaluation of that. But it removes the 6-story building that was in the original plan at the back and adds increased height to one at the front from 9 to 12 stories. To me, Southdale Road is the location where, as an arterial road, we do want to see increased density. 9 to 12 is not a significant increase. I did have a conversation with Mr. Frisia at Southside, and the conversation was very much in line with what the applicant outlined, that they simply wanted to flag for us the need for some sanitary servicing upgrade considerations in the future as they build out their new subdivision as well. But there is no single-family residential behind the buildings. And while I respect the comment from the public about the separation, I took a quick look on our city mapping, and we're talking about a 48-meter setback from the rear yard, the back of the building across the street to the lot line for 735 Southdale. We just talked about a 6.8 meter at tower line being a concern for a resident. This is 48. So with respect, I don't believe it's too close to the properties across the street. And I do believe we also have a consideration, and this is referenced in the report at one point from our staff, with regard to the wetland. There's already discussions underway actually with Southside and the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority about the relocation of the wetland. So while there is a wetland buffer provided for in this report, ultimately where that relocation piece sits is a matter for a future discussion between Southside and the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, and is not a barrier to this application moving forward. So The alternate recommendation is in, or my alternate motion is in E scribe for colleagues, but it really comes down to approving the density and height and the 20-meter rear yard setback. That's really all that's being changed from the staff recommendation, and it's to reflect the fact that the applicant has removed the 6-story building in the rear and is looking for the increased height on the frontage with Southdale Road.
Okay, we have a motion moved. I'll look for a seconder. Councilor Rahman. We have a motion moved and second. I'll open the floor for discussion, comments. Councilor Frank.
Thank you. A couple questions. Since this is a motion that is contrary to the staff's recommendation, and since the staff recommendation is based on the, the 4 buildings plus the 6-story, but then this motion has no 6-story building, I'm just wondering if we could go to staff to confirm that this motion is approving the one without the 6-story, and how is that captured in this motion? I just don't want to approve something that we've never seen and is not even in the staff report.
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, at this point, the site has not been reviewed through a formal site plan application process. Right now, we're looking at applying zoning and zoning regulations to the land. So how tall each of the buildings are on the site and where they're located aren't necessarily within the purview of the zoning bylaw amendment at this time. The focus is on the zoning and the special provisions and regulations applied as part of the zoning.
Councilor.
Thank you. So then hypothetically, could the proponent then still include the 6-story because it'd be below 12 and kind of put it back to the original design?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, that could hypothetically happen.
Councilor.
Thank you. Is that usual? Just curious because I feel like I've never approved something that we haven't seen before that staff have reviewed.
I'll go Deputy Mayor Lewis on this.
Yeah, through you, Chair, 2 things to consider. By setting the density, we are putting a regulation on things. But the other factor is the 20-meter rear yard lot line would be prohibitive to the 6-story building.
Councilor.
Thank you. Okay, that helps. That makes me feel better. Not that I thought that they were going to go back to the first one, but I just wanted to clarify that we actually had some sort of plan for how that would be enforced. I did have one question regarding servicing. Is this similar to the 2nd Street thing where it's whoever puts in their application and their permits first gets whatever servicing capacity is available?
Go to staff.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Because we have a holding provision on this specifically for sanitary, we're going to look at not only this application, but other applications in this area holistically. Through the application process, Royal Premier Homes has gone in depth with sanitary analysis to understand what sort of sanitary upgrades are required because the existing sanitary system wasn't designed specifically for this large of a density. But we will consider, as part of the detailed design process, an in-depth review of the sanitary design, but for all properties.
Councilor.
Thank you. So then hypothetically, if either of the properties move forward, if there was existing capacity, whoever went first would get it. And then if then an upgrade needed to occur afterwards for the next property, that is the process that would happen?
Go to staff.
Through the chair, because this developer does rely on lands to the south for their servicing, technically those lands will be brought forward first. And then as the lands to the south get brought forward, then this development would advance. And then because their application is seeking additional density above what was previously contemplated, they then have to upgrade the sanitary infrastructure. But as part of that detailed design review, we want to make sure not only that we're considering what the applicant wants here in terms of density, but also the future lands to the east.
Councilor.
Thank you. Yes, that makes sense to me. I'll support this, and based on the setbacks, I'm pleased to see that there is going to be some protection for the wetland, although it sounds like the wetland will be relocated satisfactorily at a future date. I do think it helps us achieve our 45% intensification target and further demonstrating that that's a very achievable target. So I appreciate the Deputy Mayor moving forward with this change.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Councilor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, what would be the process for the public to participate on this application going forward? Because the insufficient time piece for this to be circulated with this particular drawing. I'm just wondering what happens.
Go to staff.
Through the chair, if you're taking a look at the resolution that's been put forward, this would be the opportunity for the public to make their comment if you're making your decision now.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you. So just so I'm clear, what was circulated to the public and was the original. And so this commentary, what we're looking at right now, the revised, is for the motion on the revised, but the public would not be given any additional notice period for this, and there's no precedence that we would do that to give the public an opportunity to do so with the 12-story design.
Go to staff.
Through you, Chair. The original application that was circulated for 12. Committee could direct staff to recirculate and bring it back, but the original application that was circulated was for 12, and staff are bringing back a recommendation for 9 stories consistent with the Southwest Area Plan.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll wait to hear from the ward councillor to see whether or not she has any thoughts on the public notification.
Go to other councillors or the committee or visiting councillors. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. And I am a little bit surprised that here at committee, we are making a decision that the public is not even aware of. So I'm going to just start with that concern. I do not feel comfortable with that, but I would like to follow up with a couple of questions.
Deputy Mayor Lewis called a point of order. Give the microphone, please.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, from a perspective of saying that the public is not aware of, we just heard from staff that 12 stories was what was circulated. The 9-story is a staff alternate recommendation, so the public has been informed that an application for 12 stories was submitted.
Councillor, please go ahead. I don't know if it's a point of order, it's a point of clarification, in that the public participation meeting was based on the applicant's request. Just because staff initially refused it, it's not like the public didn't have a chance to weigh in on that possibility, I guess, for lack of a better word. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. If I can reiterate my concerns that the public is still not aware of the decision that's being made here at committee. I understand the recommendation coming from staff contemplates the London plan and is making that recommendation here at committee. So moving on, I do have a couple questions.
Sure.
Through you to staff. And I guess I'll just start with the staff's recommendation when it comes through the site plan process. And of course, there's no public process here. And I wanted to just, through you, ask city staff regarding DI, the design considerations to ensure development will not have a negative impact on the natural heritage system. And I see the natural heritage system in this area as a positive. It's a feature that can be developed in this area. We know we are looking at relocating the wetland to allow for Regiment Road to proceed. That is going to take a lot of time to make that go forward and relocate it. But through you, just asking the question regarding the other 2 wetland, are we doing enough through the site plan process to look at the remaining wetlands?
I'll go to staff.
Through you, Chair. Just a point. There is no application before. It's been brought up by a couple of committee members. There is no current application right now to remove the wetland. There are two wetlands relocated on the property. One is to the east and one is along the southern border. The one to the east will be removed and relocated for the extension of Regiment Road. We don't have an application before the committee in terms of relocating the wetland to the south.
Councillor.
Through you, then that would be looked at through the site plan process?
Go to staff.
That would be addressed if the applicant to the south came in and made an application to remove the wetland. The wetland solely located south of this property, not on the subject property. The 30-meter buffer is all that's on the subject property.
Councillor.
So that more or less answers my question in terms, there's a lot of moving parts here still to be determined as development proceeds in this area. So we still do not know what's going to happen there with the applications going forward as we make decisions here at committee. That is a concern. I do have a question around the servicing, and I understand there's a holding provision. But is it enough? I'm aware that the applicant is making some suggestions to hook up to the south, going towards Pack Road there. There's a lot more development that's going to be filled in. There's already residential homes to the south of this property. And we still don't know how that's going to work. And that is a concern. It was a concern from a developer in the area as well, a serious concern. Of the servicing that is required for this development. So my question through you, Mr. Chair, to staff is really do we have enough information, or does the public have enough information if this development proceeds for the amount of density, even in the amendment, and I haven't seen the amendment, so I'm just going by memory here from the Deputy Mayor, that it's still 231 units, and there is not enough servicing, regardless of the amendment or not. And my concern is that residents in this area may not know how the servicing is going to proceed with the many moving parts of not only development, but allowing for this intensification. So my question is, do we have, does the public have an understanding of what could happen in their area, in their subdivision, to allow for this servicing, which we're really not 100% sure is going to take place? I know the applicant has made a suggestion to go on Old Garrison Road, but I am concerned that there may be other changes in the area to allow for this servicing for this application. So are we confident that there's not going to be disruption in the area to allow for this servicing?
I'll go with staff.
Through the chair, thanks for your question. With this being the zoning application being brought forward now, staff do feel comfortable with the holding provision on there for specifically the sanitary sewer to address some of these concerns. So as part of the detailed design stage, we'll continue to review the sanitary servicing in more detail, and whether that routing is through the existing subdivision or another option, all this will be reviewed holistically. And depending on that outcome, that will then lead the city to determine if we are required to do potential reconstruction on the existing infrastructure. And if that is the case, obviously the city would want to lead that project with potential development funding, but we would then reach out to the residents to make sure they're aware of those impacts. But again, we won't know those impacts until we go through the detailed design stage. But right now, this is just the zoning. And we do feel we have enough information with the H holding provision on there to adequately support this, adequately address the sanitary, sorry.
Sorry, staff. Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. And I think this is one of my concerns with this application is that the public is not really aware of the potential impacts of reconstructing the sanitary sewers in this area. And if you look to the south, there's a lot of residential development happening in this area. And as the ward councillor, when I hear committee more or less saying, yes, we can do this, we can do that, yes, we need housing, we need units, but do we have the availability? And to me, is this in the public interest? I don't think it is. I would encourage the committee to support the staff's recommendation. It's 120 units, it's 9 stories. It's going to that other end. I know the applicant mentioned they haven't had those discussions, but there are still opportunities for development. We're going to get something here. We know we need to do to develop. The other thing I do want to bring to the committee's attention, Southdale also needs to be developed in front of this development as well. We had upgrades just west of Boswick. We had the upgrades down at Colonel Talbot and Southdale with the roundabout, but there is this stretch that still needs to be upgraded as well. And I personally have concerns that if this does go through, that we as a city eventually may have to bear some extra costs to allow for this density that the applicant is asking for. So I would encourage the committee to support staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from committee or visiting councillors? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I hear concerns about neighborhood disruptions, I think it's worth noting that the servicing connections on this particular land, as proposed right now, would connect over to the east towards Bostwick and would actually be going through lands that are undeveloped. Hence the reason that staff commented on the other applicant with the lands to the south having to come through with their proposals first, because the connection / easement would have to run through those lands. So we don't have people living where the connection would be right now. I think that that's really important to underscore. I would agree with the councillor that Southdale Road has to be developed, and I'm wondering, because I know that there are discussions, and I believe it was already mentioned once that the timeline is 2031, but can staff comment at all on the timeline for the upgrades that are coming to Southdale Road itself in the future? I know that we've had those discussions as I talked about how to structure an amendment for this, and I don't recall the date, so I'm just going to ask through you, Chair, if staff can advise on the ultimate timeline for Southdale Road itself to be increased.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, Southdale Road is scheduled to be upgraded from 2 to 4 lanes in 2031 currently.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for that. So I think it's important to note that as we move forward and seek housing, increased density, that comes with infrastructure improvements along our arterial roads, as well as the fact that, I would remind all colleagues that while there are costs that will be municipal as well, it was last fall that we received a $74 million Housing Accelerator Fund contribution from the federal government, part of which can be put to use in terms of infrastructure improvements. As Councillor Frank referenced, the 2nd Street development that this committee's approved already, that's another one, but there is funding sources for infrastructure that unlocks housing lands and greater density as well. So I appreciate the concerns about where municipal costs may lie, but I would just remind the committee that through the Housing Accelerator Fund, some of those funds can be used to increase servicing to unlock additional density in areas in the city where it's deemed appropriate. So just wanted to share those thoughts with committee members because I think it's relevant to keep those things in mind.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? The committee will allow me just briefly. You know, everything has implications when we go for higher density. We'll be talking about that later on in this particular meeting as well. Infrastructure has to be adjusted and caught up. It makes it a little easier for me getting that recent communication from property owner to the south of this property. Willing to not oppose this type of development because the sewage infrastructure is affected on that important development as well. So I will support this. If there's no other comments or questions, we have a motion moved in second, and I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to 3.8. I think what I'd like to do right now is go to staff. This property has had a long history in London, and I'd like to just go for staff for kind of a brief presentation to kind of tell us what's led us to this point here before we go into the PPM.
Through the chair, can you hear me? It's Sean Maxilla.
We can, yep.
Just putting the presentation up. Can everybody see that?
Yep. Do we have it up? Just hold on a second, please.
Okay.
Do we see it? Yeah. We don't see it yet.
How about now?
There we go.
There we go. Okay.
Yep. Go ahead.
We'll get this working. All right. So this application is for 323 Oxford Street West, 92 and 825 Proudfoot Lane. The subject lands are approximately 31.82 hectares in size and are located north of Oxford Street West, east of Proudfoot Lane, and west of Cherry Hill Mall. The application is for an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision. The proposed subdivision is seeking to develop the lands with 13 development blocks containing high-rise apartments, low-rise apartments, townhouses, parks, open space, and a complete corridor, community gardens, and a school block. There'll be 3 phases taking place for this development. The first phase will include major infrastructure, which includes Mud Creek complete corridor development, a park, 2 major streets, and the first 4 development blocks. The second phase will complete the connection of Beaverbrook Avenue and the majority of the remaining development comprising of 2 residential blocks and the community garden. The third phase will connect the Beaverbrook to Proudfoot and will also include the final phase with the school block. Issues that we've received and concerns over the circulation of the 3 plans that we've had. This plan that we received in 2024 continues to envision the creation of a complete community by allocating 14.02 hectares of open space, park and channel lands, which comprises approximately 40% of the total site. There have been issues and concerns with wildlife in the area as well with the development of these lands. The proposed plan retains a large area of significant woodland and provides a 1-to-1 compensation rate for all natural heritage features that will be removed. This plan also maintains the linkage between the significant woodlands and the Mud Creek corridor, creating naturalized wildlife corridors and habitats for wildlife to move freely in the area. In the existing development, there's also a community garden that exists. Through this development of the lands, it will be moved from block 1 to block 9. So the neighbors will still be able to use the community gardens in the future. This plan is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the rapid transit and urban corridor place type, neighborhoods place type, and high density overlay of the 1989 official plan. Proposed roads and lot patterns are compatible with existing subdivisions to the west and east and south. The zoning, holding provisions, and conditions of draft approval will ensure that development in the subdivision occurs in an orderly manner. The official plan and zoning bylaw amendments are appropriate for the subject lands. And just to touch on the holding provisions, they will be in place to make sure that other requirements are fulfilled prior to development taking place, and all of the lands will require a site plan to be done as part of the development. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So we will go into the PPM portion right now. So I'll look for a motion to open that. Councillor Frank, and then seconded by Councillor Rahman. I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so any questions of a technical nature? I know there's usually not, but given this context, I imagine there might be. Councillor Tresso.
Yes, thank you again for allowing me to speak as a guest counselor at this meeting. And I'd like to address these questions through you to staff, because I think it will help the public understand, particularly the timing of these applications. Once you get into a zoning application that has 5 different zone changes, it becomes complex and it becomes hard to follow. And I'm looking particularly at paragraph B. All 5 of these have holding provisions. Would it be getting into too much technicality to just ask really quickly to run through each of those 5 and say what is the holding provision? And also generally, how does a holding provision get removed? Does it have to come back to council? Does that constitute a zone change? Is there a public participation meeting when removing a holding provision? These are things I think the public would like to know.
Yeah, I agree, Councillor, and I'll go to staff to just kind of give us an education. We see holding provisions all the time. A lot of folks don't, and sometimes I have trouble, quite frankly, without asking questions about the meaning of that. So can you kind of explain what is the reason for a holding provision? How do they get removed? And, you know, what's applicable in this particular application?
Through you, Chair, I'll just start off with, typically holding provisions are applied to zones where there's some outstanding issues that can be dealt with at a later stage. So it provides a little additional protection to those lands. So there may be something that would have to come in. For example, the H18 is an archaeological study. It may not be completed at the time, but we know that it'll be coming in the future. We apply the H18 to those lands, and you can't proceed until that holding provision's been satisfied. To remove the holding provision, it's a simple process. Once the requirements are fulfilled, they make an application to the city. It's circulated through the newspaper, and usually within 2 to 3 weeks, there's a decision made, and the city clerks and the mayor have signed it, and the bylaws in force. So it's really just a protective feature that we have to ensure those elements are captured, and it also provides a little bit of transparency. So if someone's coming along to purchase a property and there's been some agreements made or conditions not filled, they can identify that by seeing the H18 or whatever the holding provision is on the property. With regards to and I don't have my agenda open, sorry, I believe there's 3 of them. There's an H18, which I mentioned is archaeological, so there'd be an archaeological study and a letter coming from the ministry. The H80 is for servicing, so they would have to provide adequate servicing, whether it be storm or whether it be sanitary. And then the H100 is water looping, so that they'd have to have a water looping connection and a second emergency access, and a second public access.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. And that would include the completion of the what's known as the Mud Creek restoration, which is still pending. Just last month at the Civic Works Committee, we received a request for additional funding for additional costs. That work would all have to be done in order to remove that last holding provision you spoke of?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, that's correct. We do have the H80 specifically on there as well to assist with making sure Mud Creek's coordinated, but also we have draft plan conditions through the draft plan of subdivision approval that will help to address these concerns as well.
Councillor.
Thank you, and I know I can't hold you to this, and it's difficult to predict the future, but assuming everything goes well, and these improvements are made as quickly as possible without having to come back for more money, is there a rough idea as to when that holding provision would be circulated for removal?
Go staff.
Through you, Chair, it's a very good question, and it is one that's challenging. It would really be left up to the developer coming through and their timing of the developments. So they would have to fulfill the conditions, and whatever length of time it takes for them to fulfill the conditions, we would remove the holding provision then. So I believe the applicant may be speaking later. They may be able to speak in terms of the timing of their project.
Councillor.
Well, though, but the Mud Creek restoration improvements, which are a requisite to be completed before this before building permits can be obtained, as I understand it. This is not within the control of the developer. This is something that civic administration is undertaking. Is that right?
Go to staff.
Just through the chair, so absolutely the first that project would need to be completed, that would be the earliest that they could submit. So that is their outlet for this project, so they would need that work completed. Then after that point, it's up to the applicant to decide when they want to submit, but that would be the earliest they could submit.
Councillor.
Okay, and I'm not gonna continue this with each and every one, but I just want to get also a sense of the timing of the connection of Westfield to Beaverbrook, as it's been explained to me by staff, is proceeding in 2 phases. And the first phase would not allow the through traffic to go through Westfield to Beaverbrook all the way over towards Wonderland. That would require the completion of the second phase. Is that correct?
I'll go staff.
That is correct. So the information that's been provided us in terms of the phasing from the applicant would have Westfield connecting in that first phase, and then the second phase would extend all the way out to Proudfoot.
Go to Councillor Tressa.
This is my last one because I want to hear from the public, but is there an estimate as to when that second phase of those road connections would likely happen?
Go to staff.
Through the chair, I do know the applicant's willing to have a presentation today. Maybe they can address that question through their presentation. I know they're going to talk about phasing and timing as well.
Councillor.
Thank you very much for indulging those questions. I think it's been very helpful.
No, I think those are good technical questions there, Councillor. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the applicant. If the applicant would like to address the committee. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Lehman and council members. My name is Jacob Katz. I'm a partner in Sam Katz Developments, which is a local third-generation family-run business. Today, I'm accompanied by my family and our ecological and traffic consultants. The property in question was originally purchased from the Kingsmill family by my grandfather in 1988. It has an existing draft plan approval issued in 1991, as well as an OMB settlement via the London Plan. We believe that this project would be instrumental in assisting in London's current housing crisis. The plan incorporates 3,800 residential units in a multi-phase approach. The property is a total of 70 acres, with 51% being made up of dedicated urban green space. Our company prides itself in using an environmental first approach. For example, 15 acres will be dedicated to public parkland, and over 1.2 kilometers and publicly accessible walking trails will be created. When it comes to the economic aspects of this file, this development will generate approximately $76 million in development charges based on current projections and over $15 million in yearly property tax revenue. This will create approximately 2,000 direct jobs and 10,000 indirect jobs over the project lifetime. When it comes to our master plan, you will note that we are taking a disciplined, phased approach to addressing the desperate need for mixed-use development. The proposed plan is made up of high-rise buildings, stacked towns, and traditional townhouses to cater towards various segments within the housing market. We are confident that with council approval by the end of June 2024, we can move into detailed design and site servicing in the coming months, with phase 1 starting in 2025 and completion taking over a decade. We strive to create a master plan community, one that has various types of inventory, including a mix of ownership and rental units. That being said, we are committed to giving priority to rental stock, as that is currently one of the greatest needs in our city. Amenities such as grocery, retail, transit, and medical services are within a 10-minute walk, forming the basis for a highly livable community. We have heard from many, including Councillor Frank, about the need to consider how this development will interact with the local environment. We have designed a high-quality, biodiverse Mud Creek corridor with integrated native woodlands and wetlands. We are undertaking an aggressive planting strategy and are committed to the installation of boxes for breeding of birds, bats, meadows for pollinators, and bridge nests for barn swallows. We have also included a large community garden that is easily accessible. All of this merges with opportunities to restore a degraded woodland area. Finally, I'd be remiss if I did not talk about the traffic impact that has been a topic of discussion around Wonderland in Oxford. The Beaverbrook extension is a benefit to traffic flows in the area, and what many do not know is that it has been used in all local traffic studies for the last 2 decades. While this may not be the final answer to the traffic problem, we do know that the City of London is committed to a master mobility plan and has also recently passed the motion at the Civil Works Committee that will target this area. We have worked productively with staff to fine-tune and refine this plan, and I thank you for your time and hope that we can move forward immediately to see one of the most ambitious infill plans in the City of London come to fruition. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Now we'll go to members of the public that would like to address the committee at this time. I'll go to Ms. Velastro. You can go first. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
There's no significant woodland on this site. There's a cluster of trees, but a significant woodland has a specific definition. So that's important to clear up, and you shouldn't really use that term unless you have a significant woodland on your property. The ESM development has resulted in people losing their homes through expropriation to reconstruct Mud Creek into a stormwater drain for the purpose of removing the floodplain, specifically for this subdivision. In doing so, the construction of a stormwater drain has disrupted nesting activities of migratory birds and fish spawning habitat, as the drain no longer meanders or functions as a natural creek. The creek is now straightened, deeper, steeper, and performs as a canal to move more water faster. The clear-cutting of trees has disrupted bat habitat, which are currently listed at risk in Ontario, and instead stormwater staff who are not biologists are offering, or the developer is not biologists, are offering boxes as compensation for removing their natural habitat. This development has ousted white-tailed deer, squeezing them out of a natural wildlife corridor, the creek, without offering alternative corridors to move safely within the city. The slopes of the drain are too steep to function as fish spawning habitat or easily traversed by shoreline mammals, including goslings. You cannot move or create a wetland. A hole in the ground filled with water is not a wetland. Wetlands are sophisticated, ancient, ecological systems that you cannot just move or create, and I'm going to confirm that with the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, whether they have plans to move a wetland, especially one that's connected to another wetland. Stormwater management is destructive and made worse by city staff that have no skill set in environmental or biological science. Forward municipalities adapt low-impact development to avoid their reliance on costly stormwater infrastructure. We need people on the Planning and Environment Committee that understand these issues, not only because of the enormous environmental harm this sort of infrastructure causes, but because of the sheer costs associated with it. For example, approximately 50% of my water bill is dedicated to stormwater infrastructure. It makes me angry that I'm forced to pay for infrastructure that causes so much environmental harm when there are other options. If you are going to approve this development, which basically it already is approved, then please do not add amendments that are routinely ignored. Please ask this application be approved only with the thorough and independent public environmental impact study, looking at the well-being of local wildlife, including the bat population, fish spawning, amphibian breeding habitat, and nesting activities after the installation of the stormwater drain, including the fate and movement of white-tailed deer. And that also includes whether this hole in the ground with water actually does function as a wetland. City staff mentioned that monitoring will occur, but there is no public information that describes the monitoring itself, framework, how often, criteria, and so on, and I'm not aware of any other such monitoring at other stormwater projects. These concerns were raised many times over in the internal reviews that are in the report. Please direct staff to report back annually with a monitoring report. It is important to understand the long-lasting impacts of such infrastructure on the natural environment. And I understand that the developer, talked about barn swallows and bats and boxes, but that's not what these animals need. They need a life cycle habitat. You can't just put up a box for a bat and think that bat's going to do well. They need insects. They need it to be dark. They feed at night. There's a whole life cycle that putting up a box just does not cut it.
30 seconds.
Please note that Mud Creek, even though it had reconstruction in the past in some areas, it still functioned as a creek and had floodplains which are now removed. So I'm here to tell you that if you're going to approve this plan, obviously, because there's a public meeting and you've already paid millions of dollars for infrastructure, so it's humiliating enough. So I would appreciate it if you ask staff to detail the monitoring report and ask that they have an annual update on how the Mud Creek reconstruction is actually working for local wildlife that have been displaced. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman over here on my left, please give us your name and you have.
Can I just ask a point of
minutes.
order first? Just in the process for planning applications, when the applicant does their presentation, that councillors have an opportunity to ask questions before the public. We have a lot of public comments, but when the applicant provides their presentation, the councillors should have a chance to ask questions if they have some. So I just want to make sure that's done before.
Once we are finished with the public participation portion of the meeting tonight or today, then it goes to committee and councillors, and at that time they can ask staff or the applicant any questions that they want. I will go to the gentleman here on my left. Please give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you kindly. My name is Darwin Garamseki. I promise I probably won't take all 5 minutes. First of all, I would just like to start off by thanking the Katz family greatly. As a resident of Cherry Hill, I think that they have designed the current buildings there both intelligently and with great care to the community around them, and I think that they will continue to do so with this new development, and I thank them greatly for undertaking that wherever Mr. Katz may be. That being said, I do not think that the removal of the current community gardens in Block 1, I believe was stated, is conducive to the London plan of adding green spaces and community gardens. I don't fully see a reason that prior to actually, breaking ground on this project, that they couldn't necessarily amend the proposal to keep the current community garden as is and add a second one. It is not just a issue of planning, it's an issue of accessibility. There is a lot of seniors in that area, and not necessarily all of them can walk the distance to the new proposed garden. The one where it is within walking distance of a lot of the buildings there. I believe that's all I really have to say. Is I would like maybe the plan to be amended to keep the current community garden and install a new one. I think that's it. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. I'll go to the next speaker. Please, ma'am, on my right, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Carla Kuipers, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My husband and I have enjoyed a quiet, peaceful living at Cherry Hill Village for the past 10 years. There's little traffic on our Cherry Hill roads, which are used mainly by our residents, who are mostly senior citizens, as well as a recent increase in young families and students. The traffic runs slowly, giving residents lots of time to cross the roads, whether they be seniors, children, dog walkers, geese, or squirrels. When children play soccer or other ball games on the sidewalks and the ball rolls onto the road, there is never a danger due to the very little and slow traffic. We are very concerned about the proposed road extension running from the present dead-end Westfield Drive at Cherry Hill Village all the way across the Farmers Field and as far as Angelo's on Wonderland and Beaverbrook. Why are we so concerned about extending Westfield Drive? We know that an extension of Westfield Drive will allow hundreds and hundreds of cars coming from the new Beaverbrook community, a 3,800-unit project of high-rise apartments and townhomes at 323 Oxford Street and 92 and 825 Proudfoot Lane, right through our Cherry Hill Village, making a shortcut simply to avoid the busy Oxford Street intersections. About a year ago, our village had a taste of a substantial increase in traffic noise and speeding cars at all times of the day, especially at night and on weekends, when road construction was being done on Platts Lane and traffic was detoured and forced to enter the village. We want to prevent this from happening. We are seriously concerned about a very real, substantial increase in traffic, a major increase in noise, especially at night and on weekends, as well as speeding, an increase in traffic accidents, especially children, seniors, dog walkers, and small wildlife. We chose to live in this village because of its peaceful demeanor. Extending Westmount Drive will do nothing to enhance the village's peaceful existence. Moreover, the safety of our children and grandchildren, especially those visiting Eagle Heights Public School, will be negatively impacted. Cherry Hill Village has had 2 entrances for many, many years. Why does Beaverbrook need 3? We are strongly against the newly proposed extension of Westfield Drive at Cherry Hill Village. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Ma'am, no. See a gentleman getting up to the mic on my right. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Is that okay there?
That's good. Thank you very much.
My name is Angus Johnson, and thank you for the opportunity to share some ideas with you tonight. On the effect of developments on increasing GHG emissions, we've objected to lots of developments, complaining about developments that increased emissions because they were examples of 1-2 emission punches that both removed vegetation and increased car emissions. The effect that this development could have on both these metrics makes the punches from those other developments look like love taps. The emission impact from this one looks more like a giant sucker punch. Our belief is that a significant number of cars, in the neighborhood of 7,000 cars, will be commuting daily throughout this area. Those are added to the cars from 530 Oxford and 735 Wonderland in this community. They'll be commuting daily, adding to the local layer of GHG emissions, intensified by slowed traffic and congestion, but also adding to existing emissions in every area through which they travel on commute. Again, if the developers can devise a way to stop these cars from moving in, or a way to significantly reduce their number, build a way. But if someone doesn't figure out a way to prevent those increased emissions from 7,000 additional cars before 2050, our chances of getting to net zero emissions would seem remote. Also, just on the topic of global warming, I'd like to refer to a comment in this proposal about eliminating the risk of flooding that went realign Mud Creek would eliminate the risk of flooding hazards on future development and contribute to stormwater management on the subject land or surrounding area. Last September, the first day of the Rodney Fair, only 35 miles from here, was canceled because of an unprecedented infestation of mosquitoes. It was caused by a rain bomb that saturated the area 2 weeks earlier, when 7.5 inches of rain fell in 2 hours. Sadly, it caused the death of one driver who drove a truck into a highway washout on Highway 80. If Glencoe, at about the same elevation as this future development, had underground parking garages, they would have all been completely flooded. I'm not sure if realigning Mud Creek will eliminate the risk of flooding in this development. When we raise concerns like these, I hear about their efforts from this committee to balance concerns about GHG emissions with the need for housing. Frankly, I'm not seeing much that looks like balance here. Maybe look up sacrifice in the dictionary. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll look for the next speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Molly McClure. This is a really interesting application, planning development. So it requires a lot of consideration and there's a lot of details to consider. First off, I want to acknowledge, Sam Katz Holdings are the applicant, and I would just like to acknowledge the legacy of Sam Katz in West London and the Katz family. And so just at Cherry Hill, I never had the opportunity to meet Sam Katz. You see his photo in Cherry Hill Mall. From what I understand, as well as being a smart businessman and successful, he was somebody that was a caring landlord, and that tenants at Cherry Hill actually knew their landlord, got to meet him, and he didn't care about profit at the cost of all. Apartment buildings go up, but at Cherry Hill, you had affordable housing that was accessible to seniors, and lots of thought given to the quality of life. So yeah, Sam Katz often visited his tenants, from what I hear, and just a lot of thought towards quality of life. So gardens, recreational facilities, swimming pools that made the quality of life in Cherry Hill a lot better. And yeah, so that's a legacy coming from the Katz family. And very different from what we're seeing now sometimes in London, with some concerns about rent evictions and higher rents coming up, and just all the changes, people not knowing their landlords, and a lot of issues around maintenance and getting maintenance. From what I understand, he really looked after maintenance. So there's that legacy. There's lots to consider. I want to go to the creek first and then maybe talk about the farmland. Well, I'd like to address both. The Mud Creek does not have a very glamorous name. It's not a name that commands a lot of respect, maybe, about preservation. But I want to talk about the section of creek. And Mud Creek is a real settler name. You know, it reflects a lot of construction and what would have been seen as the city built up, and you have a lot of silt in the creek. The creek that flows from the northwest and then down in a southeasterly direction currently on the property That is a not so muddy creek. It's a really beautiful creek. And that's cool, clear running water. It gurgles over rocks and gravel and lots of gravel beds. It's excellent aquatic habitat with trees over top. So it's excellent fish habitat, excellent, well, it's for cooling. So that's a really nice stream. Well, sometimes when we talk about Mud Creek and the concerns, well, it's not very healthy. And you're gonna talk about stream restoration. There's the other sections on the property. There's a long history of drainage. And so you have the Trot Award drain. And people can go, what is an award drain? And that's kind of different. And that goes back, way back. They would have had engineers design the drainage. CP Rail, Cherry Hill, the farmland. But Trot Award drain is there, and that's different laws going back all the way to 1963. But this is why we have the landowner responsible for the drains and maintaining the drains in that area. And on the maps, you can clearly see the difference between parts that are running straight as opposed to the original creeks. So we've had a lot of areas in the city that have been developed and grown up around creeks. So if we think about the neighborhoods around Medway Creek and Snake Creek, and then Stony Creek and Stony Brook, these places have residences, but then the natural area around the stream, they still have the streams running. And I would say these are pluses for those communities. People really love Medway Creek, you know, friends of Medway Creek and Stony Brook. These are beautiful places for people to walk. It's maintaining wildlife habitat. I would really like to see that section, and it's not so muddy, it's really clear. And I hope that the city works together with the Conservation Authority and really recognizes the role. When we talk about that creek,
30 seconds.
only 30 seconds. Okay, I'll just take a bid for the farmland too. This is, we have a farm in the heart of the city. So just looking at creative ways, is there any way that farmland can be protected? And if something else could be done to retain that farmland, because it's pretty significant that we have a farm in the heart of the city of London.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll look for the next speaker. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online. There's no one online. I don't see anyone else that wishes to address the committee, so I'll look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. So I'll put this item on the floor for committee members. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I know that Councillor Rahman's probably going to put an amendment that she wants. I'm going to move the staff recommendation so we can start to frame our discussion. And but I believe the councillor also has an amendment that she'd like to add that I'll be prepared to second. So but I'll see if there's a seconder for the main motion.
Okay, so let's get a seconder for the main motion and then we can look for amendment. Is there a seconder for the main motion? Councillor Rahman? She seconds. Okay, so we've got a motion moved and seconded. Do you want to go to your amendment right now, Councillor?
Thank you. The last speaker helped to tie in part of my amendment. I won't provide preamble, sorry. I just wanted to add in under DIV, consider providing an enhanced landscape view corridor and amenity space south of Westfield Drive into Part D, the site plan approval authority be requested part.
Okay, do you have that wording to the clerk? So if the clerk...
I do, and she's already clerked it. It's amazing.
Oh, she's good. Okay, well, committee members and visiting councilors, take a look at that. I'll look for other speakers to the motion as amended. Councillor Trossau.
Well, this is a very important project to me, through the chair. This is takes up a good chunk of my ward, and this is probably the largest development application that I'm going to have in my ward. Cherry Hill is a very, very integral and important part of my ward, and I've spent a lot of time in Cherry Hill. And the thing that keeps coming up when I talk to Cherry Hill residents is that they just love where they live, because this is a very special community. Thanks in good part to the work that Mr. Katz has done over the years. But there were hard times. There were hard times. This development went through a couple of different ownership changes, and from what I could see, the current ownership is trying to bring things back, at least a little bit, if that's possible. It's very important to have that food court where you're not really expected to buy anything, but you can just sit there all day with your own food. It's so important. But the other thing that's so important is when you walk out and you go past 190 Cherry Hill, 200 Westfield, 201 Westfield, you see this gate. And it's private property. Everyone knows it's private property. But the gate is not locked. And for many, many years, people have been able to walk through there and use it as a recreational neighborhood. Now, I'm not suggesting that that we should deny everything there and expropriate that land and turn it into an ESA. That's a decision the city would have needed to have made a long time ago. They didn't do it. So yes, Mr. Katz is entitled to quite a bit of development in that space. And I think I should acknowledge, I'd be remiss if I didn't say this, I've been very outspoken about some of the development applications that have come up lately, particularly 530 Oxford, but particularly 735 Wonderland. There are some really good things in this development, and it would be wrong for me not to acknowledge that. But I do still think that while the staff report has made some progress, there are a few things that could still be done that would improve this. And Councilor Rahman did put one of them on the floor. And maybe during the debate on that, we could discuss a little bit about what it means to provide an enhanced landscape view corridor and amenity space south of Westfield Drive. You know, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 apartment blocks that are in the first block, and I would really like to see the two northern ones bordering on Westfield either removed or scaled back or stepped where they aren't necessarily a block. And I think that could be done without the loss of any density, without the loss of any housing units, by moving some of those units up towards the front. We have 18 and 18 on Oxford. I would be very happy to see that increase a little bit. We have 25 where the Swiss Chalet is sitting right now. So I wouldn't mind seeing those 18, 18, 18, and 18 go up a little bit. The 16 and 16 go up a little bit, and the 14 and 14 go down. Because that area right at Westfield is what's really important to the Cherry Hill residents and the broader community. Because that's where people walk out into the fields, and if we could sort of preserve the landscape view corridor and amenity space south of Westfield Drive, I think that would go a long way towards alleviating some of the concerns that people have. Now, the other thing that I'd like to request, and I'm hoping that a councilor puts this on the table, is a reiteration of under C. It says already, consider the review of a traffic impact study that addresses cumulative development impacts. I'd like to add the words, and council has already passed this, so it's nothing new. I'd like to add the words, and filtered permeability traffic management techniques to mitigate potential cut-through traffic. And that may seem to be redundant because the Civic Works Committee and the council approved something similar. But I think it would help out quite a bit when we deal with the approval authority. And this, by the way, this is not something that's going to hold up any construction, because as we know, these holding provisions are not going to go away in a short amount of time. So I appreciate Councilor Rahman putting D4 on the table. I would also like to request something that says that addresses the cumulative development impacts and filtered permeability traffic management techniques to mitigate potential cut-through traffic in C2. I have that written down if you don't have that. But all in all, I think that the residents of this community, and it's not just Cherry Hill, recognize that this lot's going to be developed. Everybody understands that. I don't really hear a lot of people saying don't build anything. But we've got to try to balance. Balance is the important word here. We've got to try to balance the continuity of what people are enjoying there with the need for housing units. And quite a few housing units can be built here without necessarily disturbing some of these environmental concerns that people are making. And certainly I'll have more to say about this at council. And thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Look for other comments from committee members or visiting. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, I want to say to the applicant and their team, I think you've got a wonderful proposal here. And when we look at the community garden features, the 51% open space that's included in this, the sheer number of housing units that you're going to add to the inventory in the city that are desperately needed, this is a good development. I hear this regular refrain during public participation meetings that we're adding to GHGs and we're getting rid of farmland and we're not taking environmental concerns seriously. Not only do I think that this is a reasonably good environmental project in terms of the green space it's dedicating, but I cannot say this enough. What is far worse is allowing ex-urban growth to continue unfettered and paving over quality grade A farmland out in Middlesex County and driving longer and longer commute times for people coming into the city to work every day because we don't approve developments within the city as infill. And not only that, but then the county reaps the property tax benefit, not the city. So those folks are coming in using our infrastructure, including water and wastewater, because when you're in office buildings or when you're in manufacturing plants, there are still toilets and kitchens and all of those things. So you're wearing on our infrastructure without collecting a penny of property taxes from folks who live out in the county. So when we talk about infill and the need to increase our housing inventory in the city, by doing that, because London is not an island, our climate is not walled off from the rest of southwestern Ontario. So when we intensify within the city limits, we are actually doing, from a city council perspective, one of the very best things that we can do for the environment by keeping development within the city limits. So that is a really important factor for me when I look at these things. The other thing that I think really needs to be underscored is this project, 5 phases. We heard already that, if shovels get in the ground in 2025, the first couple phases are a decade-long project. The entire project is anticipated to take 20 years. We are not going to be adding all of this traffic tomorrow. And we are not going to be adding all of these residents in the neighborhood tomorrow. It will be a paced, slow, progressive development as things roll forward. So I just want to emphasize why this is so important. It is staggered. It is good planning. As was mentioned, the extension has been considered in traffic studies for years for the connection to Beaverbrook. And in fact, will alleviate some of the traffic because some of those residents right now have to come out to Oxford and go up to Wonderland to go around because there's no connection. We talk about cut-through traffic, but the majority of traffic in a residential neighborhood are residents in the neighborhood. It's been looked at in traffic study after traffic study, not only in this municipality, but across North America. Our cut-through traffic isn't truly cut-through traffic. It's people who live a street or two over. Because when we have winding roads and stop signs and speed bumps and those kind of things, cutting through is actually not all that convenient, rather than going straight and going through a traffic light. I appreciate the concerns about traffic, but we are not adding all of these cars tomorrow. This is going to take a long, long time to build out. And I will say, I'm supportive of what Councillor Rahman is adding because that is a site plan consideration. I'm not supportive of repeating motions that were passed by Civic Works and Council in every planning application that comes forward. This area has been given an opportunity for a more detailed design plan, but that is not the applicant's responsibility to discuss with site plan. That is something we have tasked our staff with. And so I would not support any additions in that direction. In fact, I would aggressively discourage them. So those are the reasons I am supporting this. I think we have a good plan here. And I think that this will actually create a neighborhood that many more people will be able to enjoy the same quality of life that we've heard residents say they enjoy now. We need to open that up for other people to enjoy because we do need housing units. So I strongly encourage colleagues to support this.
Thank you. I will go to Councillor Hillier.
Thank you very much. The Deputy Mayor has covered quite a bit of what I wanted to talk about, and thank you for that. I'm going to speak from experience. Very rarely do I support a developer publicly, but I'm speaking as a former renter and a friend of many of the tenants in Cherry Hill. We got married when we lived at 180 Cherry Hill Circle. We opened our wedding presents there. That place was amazing. The way it was set up by the Katz family and the Katz group was one of the best in London, I have to be honest. And I have high hopes that they will move forward with the same type of development go in this land now. And I have faith that our staff will have traffic control measures put in place that will take that concerns away from the existing neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to share I'll be supporting this. I appreciate the work that's been done and the input from the community, but I do think it's a good example of infill and again helps us achieve our intensification target, which is very achievable and reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I'll go to Councillor Rahman, and I'll go to Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, and through you. So I just wanted to quickly, as we're in for still a long night, thank the Katz Group for bringing this forward, and thank, the applicant for bringing it forward, Sam Katz Holdings, Inc. This is, I think, a long time coming, as we've heard, but also a welcome part of new development in the area. And I do hear from residents as well about concerns around the traffic, and that is something we are trying to address through the Civic Works motion, as well as the Master Mobility Plan. And I do encourage anyone that does have any additional concerns to share those through the Master Mobility Plan, because I think that is important to get those comments in as well. And I think a lot of us have heard from applicants or from those that have seen the application and the free press coverage, as well as some of the other coverage, that there's concern around, oh, this is all happening so fast in the area. And again, I think it's really important to Deputy Mayor Lewis's point that this is staged development. It's not all at once, but it is going to add to housing supply and a unit supply, which I think is really important at this time. So I'm supportive, and again, the amendment for the site plan, it's a small one, again, to add an opportunity to continue to create that important neighborhood connectivity through when you're making the neighborhood connector, and make it to feel like the existing neighborhood place type, so it has that synchronicity and that connectivity to the plan. So I hope that my colleagues will support it. Thank you.
Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to speak at your committee today. And I won't repeat any of the things that Deputy Mayor Lewis said, but I will say I had an opportunity last week, Chair, to meet with Mr. Katz and take a look at this plan, and I was so impressed, Chair, with the thought and that has gone into this development. They've not only considered all of the efficiencies for the development, but they've added in some of the bonuses that we would all appreciate, and that's the green space that Deputy Mayor Lewis spoke about, and also bike lanes, and so pedestrian traffic. And this goes back, Chair, to the fact that we have a family in the Katz family that's been here for 100 years. They have done so many great developments in the city, and we're fortunate that we don't have to go look outside of our city for great developers. We have them here, and I am very appreciative to all of the developers, but in this particular case, the Katz family, for coming forward with a project like this, and I will be supporting this at council. Thank you.
Thank you. The first order of business is to so the first order of business is to move Councillor Rahman's amendment, and then we will look to move the motion as amended. So I'll look for any speakers on the councillor's amendment before I call the vote that's been moved and seconded. So I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we have a motion as amended in front of us now. I'll look for any further speakers before I call that vote. If the committee will allow me some brief comments. I just want to touch on a couple of points actually that Ms. McClure raised when she spoke to us. I'm glad she pointed out the unfortunate name of Mud Creek. It is a person. It's not because it's muddy. It's a lovely creek that flows considerably through that area. And she also spoke to the Katz family. And you know, this application, the first one, was mentioned like 33 years ago, 1991, and I've always been concerned about who would actually develop this property. And I was very pleased to hear the Katz family taking this on. They're a wonderful local family that has been proven to be a good local developer and follow through as an operator in a number of comments that have been made today. Regarding the creek, when I first heard about this coming here and without seeing the plans, I was very concerned. I think this project could have gone in a number of ways and still gotten through with the London plan in a way that might not be as livable, let's say, and as the plan is today. I went through the plan extensively, and I was happy to see the amount of green space, pathways, the appreciation of Mud Creek, which you know, Councillor Rahman's amendment further enhances. Those will make it a very livable, but yet intensified section in the heart of London. I can vision the walkway along the creek, because in my ward, which is across the street in Wonderland and Oxford, there's actually a bit of Mud Creek that connects Kitty Corner on the southwest corner that we're currently working with staff actually to highlight, because years ago, and I don't know when, there's some really interesting stone formations and block formations along that creek that is quite beautiful. There's an existing pathway, and I look forward to getting that project completed to really enhance that and highlight that. So I know what can be, and from my understanding is that will be along this intense occasion. I'm pleased as well that we haven't boxed ourselves in with regards to an exit to the east. We have an exit to the west, an exit to the south. At some point, you know, over the next number of years, that might be useful to have that option still alive should transportation needs need. As was mentioned as well, this is 20 years out for completion. It's not going to happen tomorrow. We will evolve with our transportation needs as this comes along. We have the master mobility plan and Councillor Trossow's motion in Civic Works as well to make sure that our transportation infrastructure keeps up with the intensification that we need, quite frankly, to meet our housing needs. And as we heard, with affordability and as I mentioned, supply has to catch up to demand in a way that mitigates, urban sprawl, as Deputy Mayor Lewis alluded to as well. And I think this is an ideal example of infill that can be done in a proper way that will provide housing, but also enhance the experience of those that live in the area. So I will support it. I'll look now for any other comments or questions before I call the motion. So we have motion moved and seconded as amended, and I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on. We are at 3.9, which is land needs assessment. And I'll be looking for a staff presentation overview on that. I'll be going to staff now give us a brief presentation.
Thank you. Through the chair. So before you this afternoon is the proposed first phase of the official plan review under Section 26 of the Planning Act and a draft land needs assessment for the community growth uses. So that's the non-industrial uses. And that's for the purpose of continued consultation with the public and the development industry. As background, there have been some recent changes to provincial policy. A draft provincial planning statement was released in April 2024, not yet in force, but showing the provincial direction. And some of the changes that are included in that do relate to the land need assessment that we're undertaking. So in part, that's applying Ministry of Finance 25-year population projections as the basis for land needs. The identification that municipalities should have a greenfield density target for large cities, including London. And then it also identifies a planning horizon range, whereas previously it was a specified number. Before it was up to 25 years, and under this latest draft, it's 20 to 30 years as the range. So if you look to Phase 1A of Section 26 review that's before you, it includes industrial conversion sites previously directed by council. So those ones that came to Planning Committee in March and were approved by council in April. They're Appendix A, Schedules 3 through 10, and that's changes from industrial to non-industrial land uses. Then also there's Appendix F, which is in the added agenda. That's Map 7 changes corresponding to those industrial conversions. So maps to go along with site-specific policies for a couple of them. Then there's a greenfield density target policy consistent with the new PPS, which is in Schedule B, and a change to the planning horizon from 20 to 25 years, which is following direction from council in April as well, and is consistent with that draft PPS. This is to be adopted by council and then sent to the province for ministry approval, because that's the approval process under Section 26. So council is not the approval authority on this one. All of the industrial conversion sites are included in the presentation that was also in the added agenda, so there's maps in there. And there's also 3 additional industrial conversion sites to note. One is a reevaluation of 2496 Dundas Street, which was deferred in March. It's recommended for approval based on additional information received. There's also 2 additional sites where no change is recommended and is not included in that package for council adoption. One is 2550 Dundas Street. It is on Dundas, south of the airport, and it's within the noise exposure forecast, which is the Transportation Canada's long-term noise exposure related to airports and airplane noise. And it is greater than the 30 NEF forecast, and there's prohibitions in the PPS for residential sensitive land uses if it's over 30. And then the other is 3317 White Oak Road. That request came in. It's immediately west of a Class 3 industrial paint plant on White Oaks Road. Kel Coatings, now owned by Cloverdale Paints. Class 3 industrial operations require a 300-meter distance separation for compatibility and safety in accordance with the province's D6 guidelines. A D6 study was provided by the applicant, and it recommended a change to Class 2, but it didn't provide sufficient evidence to warrant that reduced classification relative to other recent D6 evaluations of that same paint plant in that area related to other planning applications. So the landowner was provided with those other recent D6 studies and confirmed their position that they still thought it was a Class 2, but staff are not recommending it based on that, in part. And then the third piece is the draft land needs assessment for community growth for continued consultation with the industry and the public. So this is, again, not including the industrial. The industrial will be brought forward separately. There has been continued consultation through the housing supply reference group since early 2023, all the way in leading up to the targeted actions report in April. A meeting is already scheduled for the housing supply reference group in July for continued consultation on this draft. And so far, I would note that the focus of the conversation has been around contingency and market responsiveness. So the land needs assessment draft is based on that Ministry of Finance projections. It does mean the city will be able to accommodate more than double the number of units related to the 47,000 target because the ministry, our numbers identify over 107,000 units. It's also market responsiveness for periods of higher than anticipated growth, noting that the land needs are needed to be reviewed at least every 5 years. And the Ministry of Finance numbers are significantly higher than past construction that we have seen, almost double. So the land needs assessment draft identifies projected demand for housing, commercial, and institutional uses. It evaluates potential supply based on units within the development pipeline in various stages of development applications, as well as permissions through the London Plan. It identifies a preliminary land need or surplus at the end of the planning horizon for each of those land uses. And then it also includes proportions of housing for singles, townhouses, and apartments on the housing side. And on the non-residential side, it includes standalone land use versus mixed-use commercial with other place types. There's also at the end of this report draft evaluation criteria to identify criteria that candidate sites where landowners are requesting inclusion in the urban growth boundary would be evaluated against as part of a forthcoming UGB review. Once the land need is finalized, we would complete that review. And then any additional landowner requests received would be evaluated against that same criteria. This draft is, again, intended to be received for continued consultation, and the purpose is to include that market responsiveness. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll want to go to the public participation portion of the meeting. I'll look for a motion to open that. Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Rahman. I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll go to the public, and I see Mr. Wallace is already chomping at the bit. So I will go to you, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Mike Wallace. I'm the Executive Director of the London Development Institute. And I'm not going to get into the details of what's actually in here today. I want to talk to you a little bit about the process getting here. As indicated by staff, the Housing Supply Committee had been meeting for well over a year. We have been working very well with staff, not necessarily agreeing, but at least working with them. The report in front of you tonight is draft. It's actually called a draft land needs assessment. What we are asking for is that this report in its entirety be referred to the committee. just so you know, we did not see this, and you'll see in the next public meeting what I consider appropriate consultation process. But we worked hard as a industry, working with staff for well over a year on these issues that came forward. This was presented to us at a GMIS meeting, a wrap-up meeting. It was never forwarded to the Housing Supply Committee for their review prior for it coming forward on an agenda for us to properly speak to it. So what I'm asking for tonight is that this committee refer this report to the Housing Supply Committee. We can make a commitment, as you heard, we already have a meeting scheduled, that we will be back to you after a review, likely sometime in September, with a comprehensive, full OPA that would look at what lands are coming in and out, if there's any coming out, lands are coming in, and actually line on a map that would need to be changed in the London plan. So you can make a proper decision on what is in and out. If you look under Schedule A, it's an OPA, and under Schedule A, there's some issues we have with some of the pieces that are identified there. Staff might be absolutely correct, but they never asked us to confirm. So we need that opportunity. So we're asking for a referral on that. We also, there is a motion, I think, coming from one of from Councillor Lewis, Deputy Mayor Lewis and Councillor Lehman on an economic consultant. We're very supportive of that. They should be at the table with us over the next number of months, looking at what is actually going to happen, what we need for the growth. And I remind Council, this is 25 years. The current urban growth boundary was passed in 97. I have a map of it in 99. It hasn't changed in over 25 years. We are making big decisions that will have a long-term effect on how the city grows. And it is growing. Nobody's kidding themselves that it is growing, and we need to do this right. And it's through proper consultation with the industry, those who are actually going to build the city, that we do this. So there are OPAs in here. I'm not going to comment on the industrial part because that is not our interest. Our interest is things like, is the VLI correct? The vacant land inventory, how correct is that? We're spending many hours and money on making sure that the information we get from the city on the VLI is accurate. Other issues in terms of units per hectare. We got to make sure we're all on the same board. I am confident, Mr. Chair, that working together, the industry and the city in the fall would be able to come together with a proposal for you to review on an urban growth boundary that I'm hopeful that we both can agree on in presenting it to you. I can't guarantee it, but that's what I'm hoping for. But way this has been rolled out now, I can guarantee you that that isn't going to work. And so I'm asking for a referral of this whole document to the Housing Supply Reference Group to let us complete our work. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Mr. Levin, please state your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Sandy Levin. I went through this exercise when I was on council in '97. And a lot of it was about pick me, because land in the urban growth boundary is more valuable than land outside of it. And it's a balance sheet issue. Now, the important part that I think I encourage council to agree with is a set of criteria to determine what gets included. I don't think the council I was on did a really good job of that. And then I have to say, I worry about the idea of a recommendation coming back from a body that doesn't include any kind of public involvement. Little worried about that piece. Now, you are, as your staff said, you're kind of stuck with the Ministry of Finance projections. I think they're optimistic, but it'll be wrong, whether it's the high side or the low side. The one done after annexation was wrong on the high side by 5 years. I also wonder if some of the growth projections are driven by immigration, which might change with a new government in Ottawa. Now, I'm really unclear, and maybe not convinced either, that an expansion, particularly beyond the 450 that's in the report, will create housing in the short term, let alone affordable or attainable housing in the short term, 5 to 10 years out. And here's why. Because the amount of available land doesn't lead directly to more supply of housing, and certainly not at lower prices. I heard one member of the industry say subdivisions take 10 years to build out. Maybe it's even 5 years to develop the first phase. Don't know. And while the motion on your agenda is reasonable, on your added agenda to look for additional information, there's really only 2 consultants who do exclusive work for municipalities. So keep that in mind. Housing is about $400 a square foot right now. So more land doesn't change your labor and material costs. I've heard say that you need more land in the urban growth boundary to keep people from moving outside the city. Well, since the 2006 census, so for 4 straight census, the split between Middlesex County and the city has always been 85% city, 15% county. I've heard you need more land to meet pent-up demand. Well, you still need service land. And secondly, if there's pent-up demand, the prices go up, they don't go down. And the folks in the industry are damn good business people. They build to meet demand. They don't overbuild. And significantly in the report, it points out that your actual builds has been 2,500 per year for the last 10. And even at the peak, the city people who build the housing haven't built 4,000 units a year. I'm really curious how you're going to get enough labor out there to build 4,500 for 25 years, each and every year on average. And finally, as Mr. Macbeth said, there's responsiveness built in the projections. I think the ministry has argued for a higher number to help municipalities create the opportunities for more housing. But the people who create the housing are the people in the industry. You just facilitate the opportunity. So I'm not opposed to Mr. Wallace's idea of referring this back, although you've got some asks of the province in the meantime. I really am concerned about it coming from a process that doesn't have involvement from outside staff, that only involves staff and industry representatives. I've been at this for a long time. I'd like to think I can provide perspective in a cooperative manner. I think Mike would agree I'm not a bad guy anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of committee, staff, and the public. My name is Ryan Mino Lehan. I'm a registered professional planner and partner with KLM Planning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here this afternoon on behalf of the owner of the property of 3317 White Oak Road, which Mr. Macbeth had just previously referenced in his introduction to the subject matter. The subject lands are located at the northwest corner of White Oak Road and the future Bradley Avenue extension, and they're approximately 10 acres in size. We've had an opportunity now to review the staff report from the Deputy City Manager, Planning and Economic Development, respecting the ongoing land needs assessment, including within that, a review of the industrial land conversions. Our particular interest today before you is with respect to the industrial land conversions. As Mr. Macbeth had pointed out, there are 9 subject properties which have been the subject of the review by staff. 7 have been recommended for approval for conversion. 2 have not, and one of those being my client's lands. I'm here before you today with a request to support the industrial land conversion of my client's land at this time through a designation of the property as neighborhoods within the London Plan, but with the inclusion of a site-specific policy that requires my client to provide an updated D6 land use compatibility study, which will be peer-reviewed at my client's cost on behalf of the city. The basis for my request is rooted in the following considerations. We have been working diligently with staff since February of this year, providing supporting materials, including a functional servicing brief, conceptual architectural drawing set, an archaeological study, planning opinion, and of particular importance, a provincial D6 land use compatibility study prepared by a qualified professional. Staff did request this study of us through the initial discussions as a result of the paint facility that Mr. Macbeth had previously referenced. I'm pleased to advise the Planning and Economic Committee at this time that my client's environmental consultant, a professional expert in the field of air quality and land use compatibility impacts, concluded in that study that the introduction of residential mixed-use development on the property would not result in adverse impacts based on provincial policy. Furthermore, our consultant's position did not change after having the opportunity of reviewing the studies that Mr. Macbeth had spoken to and provided to us as part of our review. The fact of the matter is our consultant has indicated that it's a Class 2 facility, not a Class 3 facility. However, as you will note in the staff report, staff are not recommending conversion of the subject lands based on their opinion that insufficient evidence has been provided at this time through our study. So we're in a situation right now where we've done the work that suggests that mixed-use development can occur, and the city's disagreeing with that request. Based on further discussions with staff, we understand there's no expert member within the City of London that is able to review a land use compatibility study, and we've also learned that these past studies were all peer-reviewed in an effort to support the city. So given all of this, we believe the positive conclusion that the paint facility is a Class 2 facility and that there will be no adverse effect with respect to the introduction of residential mixed use on the property, we would respectfully ask that Planning Environment Committee support a neighborhood designation, but that it include a site-specific policy that requires an updated D6 land use compatibility study subject to a peer review. My client, as I'd indicated previously, would be more than happy to fund the peer review and provide any additional information the city and the peer review consultant would require. In my opinion, there's no risk to the city with our request. If my client and his team of consultants is unable to demonstrate that the introduction of residential uses on the property would not result in any adverse impacts to the satisfaction of the city and its peer review consultant, then the underlying light industrial designation would remain. Should Planning Committee today decide to support the request, my client wishes to advise that he's willing to work with the city and staff to get all of this done and concluded this year. We don't want to sit, we're ready to move forward. The provision of residential mixed uses on the subject lands would contribute to much needed housing and support the ongoing housing shortage in the City of London and in Ontario, and would support London's pledge to provide 47,000 housing units by 2031, as noted in today's staff report and as we've heard today. These lands have been vacant for a very long time. The owner wants to bring new houses to London, and I'm here today to ask for your help to do that. In closing, we respectfully ask that the Planning Committee today support our request to redesignate the subject lands as neighborhood within the London plan and include a site-specific policy that requires the submission of an updated D6 study subject to a peer review. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Ms. Velasco, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
The largest population boom in the 20th century was between 1964 and 1943, and it peaked in 1960, which means that the vast majority of that population will be deceased in the next 10 to 15 years. And since then, there hasn't really been a big population boom. And the death rate is far greater than the birth rate in Canada. And for better or for worse, there is a real global movement to curtail migration. And I think that these population projections are they're not tangible. And I think you should just build a good city and just remove targets and just build a good city, support good development. And I also think that the cost of living here is going to also take a toll. Just how people are leaving the city of Vancouver, they can't live there. If this city becomes also very expensive, people aren't going to live here. So I recommend that you just accept this report I understand that there's political limitations as well, or pressures, but in the end, you just have to build a good city and recognize that the population is dying, it's not being replaced, and the trend is that immigration is, there's pressure to curtail immigration. So if you can just accept this report and move forward with good intentions and build good housing, that should be the priority, and this report should just be put in the drawer and taken out on occasion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Fleming, and I'm the principal with City Planning Solutions. Nice to see everybody today. My clients are York Development, C Cubed Holdings, and COP Realty. And I want to start by thanking planning staff today who've worked with us through the process. This is a process that started in July of last year, and we've been to committee. This would be our third time working through the industrial land conversion process. So this is very focused on those lands that would be converted from industrial, in this case commercial industrial, to residential. I want to thank Travis Macbeth, Brandon Coveney, Joanne Lee, and of course Justin Adama and Heather McNeely. So we do appreciate that the staff report is recommending a conversion from commercial industrial to the neighborhood place type. This is what we requested, and we appreciate that staff recommendation. We hope that committee will support it. We do think, however, that a specific policy is needed in order to address some of the issues with the neighborhood place type as it applies to this land and what the goals would be for the development of these lands over time. The first part of the specific policy would be to clarify that the COPS lands, which is a portion of this overall block, can continue to do what they've been doing for the last 65 years, which is the build-all and the lumber yard. The second part relates to the intention to build a mid-rise form of development. Now, the neighborhood place type that's been recommended on its own would only allow for structured, low-density, single-detached, row housing, nothing over 3 stories in height. And the idea here is to take advantage of a great site for medium-density, mid-rise development. And so on that last point, we think that this is an outstanding site for mid-rise infill. And the missing middle that council's been working hard to facilitate in the City of London. And we're talking about stacked townhouses, we're talking about mid-rise apartment buildings up to 8 stories in height. This is close to Hyde Park's Main Street, and that kind of density can add some economic vitality that will support the Main Street and that kind of business that it's looking for. This area is within a 5-minute walk to the Hyde Park Power Center, which provides groceries, retail uses, services, employment. So it would make for a great opportunity for a walkable community. They'll take advantage of existing expensive municipal services that are in place rather than squandered on single detached units, allow for that missing middle that we've all been looking for. It'll also take advantage of some of the great amenities that are in the area, including the storm pond, the woodland, the paved walking and cycling trails. And finally, I think it's really important to understand there's no residential neighborhoods to the site. It's a great infill opportunity that isn't going to be upsetting a surrounding residential neighborhood and can support that kind of height. I just briefly conferred with Mr. Wallace, and he indicated that if there is any way to decouple the industrial land conversion sites from the larger issue, and he could confirm this, but that if that is something that council or committee would be prepared to do, that's not something that would be offside from what he's looking for with the industry. And I'm hopeful that that might be possible on this site to move it forward. Thank you very much, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Chair. Thank you.
I'll go to the next speaker on the right. Please give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Stephen Stapleton, Auburn Developments. In addition to our
correspondence we submitted, and it's included in your added communication. I just wanted to speak further on the urgency to develop the proper methodology on this step. I think it's critical that we have that discussion at our Home Supply Committee. The work that we were able to do since the presentation a week or so ago concerns me a lot. It concerns me greatly that the information on the vacant land inventory is incorrect in anticipation of so many units in areas that is unlikely to yield so many units. These are the types of things that would be better dealt with in a committee level, a subcommittee level, and not on the council floor. So we would ask for your referral. I support Mr. Wallace's request for a referral in that stage. I didn't speak to this in my letter, but I'm also in support of the industrial component moving forward tonight. And if we could decouple, as Mr. Fleming has suggested, I would support that as well. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll go on next speaker, the gentleman up my left. Please give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
My name is John Kudelka. I'm the owner of J2 Bouldering, an indoor rock climbing business located at 1828 Blue Heron Drive in the Hyde Park industrial lands that have been proposed for conversion to neighborhood use. We now have over 500 members and just had our second birthday. Firstly, I'd like to emphasize I understand the urgency around building housing and that our property owners are well within their legal rights to pursue the conversion to neighborhood designation. I support the intensification desired by the previous speaker, and I've had some professional reassurance that development of our property is years away, although I think it is less reassurance than those who are offering it to me might think. I do think one detail that is being missed in the conversion conversation around this, as it specifically applies to our property and a couple others nearby. 1828 Blue Heron is zoned light industrial 3. On paper, it's just one of many industrial neighborhoods around London, but in fact, it's a rare example of the only industrial zoning that permits commercial recreation uses. And as a result, our building at 1828 Blue Heron is a hub of fitness and recreation businesses. Not just ours, but a dance studio, weightlifting gym, goalie school, indoor golf, and more. These businesses, every one of which is independently owned, are what makes a neighborhood desirable to live in, builds community, and help Londoners live in health. And we do so without pollution or noise that is typically associated with the word industrial. It was auspicious having Mr. Katz speak before me. It was his family's Fleetway business that made up some of my best memories of high school. Commercial recreation has very specific building needs. We need extra space and height to do our sports. Having large classes or groups needs additional parking. Getting the space we need simply isn't affordable in high-rent spaces like the Commercial Power Center across the street, where there's a premium placed in being in a high-profile location, a premium we do not need. 1828 Blue Heron is a unicorn, a magical thing, and evidence for its need is clear given the concentration of recreation businesses on the property and in that Hyde Park neighborhood. Once it's developed, and I'm confident one day it will be developed, our businesses and others in our plaza will be not just facing the cost of moving and reinstalling our specialized and expensive equipment. That's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it's what the risk I signed up for taking on a business. But additional properties of this zoning and type simply don't exist in Northwest London. If we are closed, we will not reopen in Hyde Park. We will probably not open it anywhere on the west side of the city. And I already have a location on the east side of the city, so I'm good there. I've unfortunately had no communication from our landlord. I have no idea of their intentions. I am not asking, any issues between us are between us. But perhaps you'll be fortunate and our little collection of businesses will carry on for decades. But even if that happens, I wanted to go on record saying that while I believe the current London plan is comprehensive and ambitious, it is failing to ensure that adequate properties exist for this undervalued use. There are more types of properties than stores, factories, and houses. I felt it important for council to know that Hyde Park risks losing the original and innovative businesses that make the neighborhood desirable and unique. And so I invite the city staff and the councilors at this meeting to find ways to ensure that zoning and buildings exist for all types of businesses, ideally in the next 3 years, as that's when my lease expires. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Phil Mashelin from Sifton Properties Limited.
Is your mic on? It is. Maybe, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of committee. Phil Machelin from Sifton Properties Limited. We did make a submission in writing. So we reiterate what Mr. Wallace and Mr. Stapleton had submitted as well, referring it to the supply committee. We also have Altus, I believe, Altus Consulting, who's online. I believe we'd like to have them have 5 minutes to present some market observations that we've retained them to give some information, and look forward to their submission.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask clerk, do we have that person online?
I believe that is Peter Norman.
Mr. Norman, if you could please, you have 5 minutes, and please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. So my name is Peter Norman, and I'm a professional land economist, and I'm chief economist at Altus Group, which is a major professional services firm in Canada, responsible for our national economic advisory practice. I've been a practicing economist for 30 years in the province of Ontario and with experience across the country, and also considerable experience in the City of London. I have been retained many times, a number of times by the city itself to do demographic and household projections at various OP and DC reviews dating all the way back to the 90s. Today, I am here on behalf of Sifton Properties, as you've just heard. I'm here to address the demographic and housing projections that are embedded in the land needs, the draft land needs assessment that's under discussion right here. And I guess I'll just start off by saying that I do agree and like the new population projections that staff have brought forward since the ones that were developed in 2022 by an exterior consultant. I think the new ones are good. They appropriately reflect the Ministry of Finance's latest work, and they also appropriately reflect more recent demographic trends, which is appropriate. But the art and science of projecting the need for housing and ultimately development land is complicated, and I don't think that the city staff got that right in the LNA. Contrary to the needs of the underlying demographics, as provided by the Ministry of Finance, the LNA simply doesn't provide for the proper range and mix of housing to accommodate the growth in London's families over the projection period. First of all, the city is planning for households that are simply too small. The NLA is planning for households smaller than 2.2 persons per unit or persons per house, which is well below the current levels in London, which are around 2.4. And yes, 0.2 percentage points makes a big difference across this amount of growth. The mix of housing units in the LNA is driving this strange result. The LNA expects fully 45% of future households will be accommodated in apartments. Apartments are for small households. Usually single people or couples generally are not the accommodation choice of families, certainly not families with kids. Currently, apartment households in London support about 1.7 persons per unit on average, well below the average family across the board, and certainly below the current value of 2.8 persons that we see typically in a London single detached home. The apartment mix in the LNA is in part based on the percent of apartment permits in recent years, which has indeed been elevated. But that was an unusual period, and basing planning on the past performance of an unusual period will not properly accommodate future growth. Now let's just look at what the Ministry of Finance is projecting for the next 25 years relative to this past, decade or so. Think about people who are aged 35 to 50. This demographic tends to be the parents and the heads of households that have children in them. They also tend to be the demographic which is dominantly looking to move up in the housing market into a larger type of housing. And I'm also looking at the demographic of kids age 0 to 19, because they're of course the kids of those families. Looking at the Ministry of Finance projections for Middlesex Census Division, those are the ones that are under study here, relative to the past, In the past 10 years, that 35 to 50-year-old cohort has accounted for 7.3% of overall growth. But the projections in the next 25 years are for almost 22% of growth. It's almost 3 times the rate of growth, proportion of growth going forward. And if you look at the kids, the same sort of thing. They've accounted for 14% of overall in the past, rising to over 21% going forward in the next 25 years. And finally, what about those young adults, the demographic that was really driving the apartment demand in London over the last 10 years? Well, those persons aged 20 to 34 accounted for over 30% of population growth in the last 10 years, but that is moderating fairly quickly. The Ministry of Finance has that at about 26% in the period going forward. There's always a question about whether families, these families I'm talking about, could be accommodated in apartments. All of our research suggests that that's not predominantly what families are looking for. And all of our historical demographic data in London suggests that's not what London families are seeking. There is a risk of not planning for the right type of housing.
30 seconds.
If you plan for too little housing, you risk shortages and you exacerbate affordability problems. We're already in a housing crisis with shortages and an affordability crisis. Our research suggests that adequately providing supply for the type of demographic that's looking for future homes is the key to addressing all of that. I'll
ask you to wrap it up, please.
Okay. So with all of that, we're looking at, we've done research that looks at a mix of apartments. We're not saying no apartments, but we think that apartments require about 35% of the planning going forward, not 45%. And we think single detached housing will probably represent about 44% of need going forward, rather than the 27% that's accommodated in the LNA. There's a sharp mismatch of supply and demand in there.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. I'm going to have to cut you off there. I've already extended your time a bit, but there's lots of good stuff there that perhaps can be discussed at another.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir. Please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Amir Shinuda from SEM Construction. I just wanted to add to some of the comments that have been made with Mr. Wallace and the presenter from Altus. I just want to high level just give a synopsis of what it is that this report is proposing. This report is proposing to add 450 hectares over the next 25 years to accommodate potential growth of 50% of London's population. Did anybody realize that this is 1% increase to the land size? So currently, London. So when we add 450 hectares, we've grown by 1% of land size. How can we accommodate 50% increase in population by increasing the land size with only 1%? So I think that we truly need to look into this report truly in depth to make sure that we are not making a wrong decision. That's all.
Thank you. Look for the next speaker. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone else online.
Diana Petramala.
Please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Peter Norman spoke on behalf of myself, but
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else.
There's no one else online. I don't see anyone else coming to speak, so I'll look for a motion to close PPM. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Rahman. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to committee. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Before committee today, I circulated an alternate motion to colleagues on the committee, pulling this report apart to deal with the various components has been complicated, to say the least, because there's a lot in here. So I want to just, if you'll allow me to indicate, the motion is in eScribe. It's listed as motion number 4. There's a lot of language in there, and Chair, what I want to indicate is the intent of the motion rather than every specific line, which is to address the conversions that were already supported by council back in April, along with a special area provision for the Hyde Park location and the COP's use of the land, as Mr. Fleming had indicated, so that we can deal with those conversions today. That the schedules in the report do get forwarded to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing as part and parcel of our requirement under Section 26. That the land needs assessment growth report that we have here today, and Mr. Wallace did underline that this is a draft, and so that we receive this draft, but also that we direct Civic Administration to undertake further consultation with the community and industry during future meetings of the Housing Supply Reference Group, and that the vacant lands inventory analysis be reviewed with respect particularly to unresolved floodplain mapping issues with Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. And that we do empower Mr. Mathers and his team to go ahead and proceed with the third-party economic consultant to review these recommendations. And then the final one is just the authorization for that. So this would allow the consultant to review this report, also engage with the Housing Supply Reference Group, refer all of this to the Housing Supply Reference Group for some further discussion with Civic Administration. Although we're accepting the draft, we are also sending it back. So it's a referral in everything but name from the process point, because in order to forward to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, we do have to still accept the draft as a received. And then we would approve the developments, the Hyde Park development, the Trafalgar development, the one around Kellogg's Lane, where we're recommending the conversions go ahead. So that's the intent. I know it's a long motion. I want to thank staff who very patiently put up with my multiple questions and helped me pull this apart. I'm sure Ms. McNeely is not looking forward to any more emails from me for the rest of the week, and I'm going to try to respect that for her. But I hope that that covers off the intent of what I'm trying to accomplish here. So I'll look to see if I've got a seconder for that. I think I do.
Councilor Rahman has indicated who will second that motion.
So now that I've provided the intent of the motion, I want to very briefly just speak to a couple of reasons why. I've heard a lot about this report since it became public last week. A lot. I've done a lot of engagement with folks. And when I look at things like a particular concern about as many as 7,000 units in our projections potentially being restricted by unresolved issues with Upper Thames and their floodplain mapping, which I know we're working on through a separate process. I think we have to be very cautious about counting those units. I think when we hear about the housing mix that we're going to move forward with potentially, that we really do need, not just from a planning perspective, but from a market analysis perspective, we need to understand what is driving the types of units that people want to purchase and call home. Whether that is an apartment or whether that is a townhouse or whether that is a single family home, we need a better understanding, because we can have all the land, we put all the land inside the city limits within the urban growth boundary, but if it's not zoned and it's not dedicated for the right uses, we're still not gonna have things built. And we have to also have land aside for industrial and commercial uses. So I think it's really important that we have this discussion continue a little bit further. I want to also share, and I heard Mr. Levin talk about growth and how a previous council had the projections high for 5 years. But I'm going to refer to the Moffat report by economist Mike Moffat and the growth of London outside of London, which was circulated just at the end of the last term of council. In the past 5 years, while single detached home construction was up 10% in the City of London relative to the previous 5 years, in the rest of Elgin, Middlesex, outside of London, it's up 80%. Ex-urban growth is real. It is happening. We cannot just pretend that it's not. And part of the reason is we don't have, it's not necessarily that we don't have the land, it's that we don't have the right match of land to where people want to live, what is industrial, what is commercial, what is residential. And so there is more work to be done on that. We can't ignore that, and I think that we really, everybody, and I'm happy to circulate it through the clerk if people want it, because I'm not sure if the new councillors would all have it, but the Moffat report produced by Mr. Moffat is really worth a good solid look through when you want to take a look at where the land needs are. I think that all of I do also want to say, I think that the the comments made by Mr. Fleming with regard to the opportunity in Hyde Park are very, very appropriate. I think that there is opportunity, we heard from a business owner, but I think there's opportunity through legal non-conforming status and through residential amenity status that there's an opportunity for him to continue to operate in Hyde Park in the long run as well. And I think that's a discussion to take to his landlord, because I think there's potential there. But that's why I'm moving this forward, is I think we should approve the lands that we've already discussed and had evaluated for conversion. But I think we have more work to do on the overall land needs, and that's why I'm putting this forward.
Thank you. I'll go and look for the others that would like to speak to this. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that staff have done on this. I know that it's taken a very long time and a lot of work, so thank you very much for the collaboration that you've shown. I did have one question, and I'm not sure if staff will have the answer, but I'm curious to know how much the economic report that's going to be done by a consultant would cost and where that source of funding would come from.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, so that economic work, if it was approved, it would likely be under that 100,000 threshold, so it would be something we could act on fairly quickly, but we don't have a source currently. We'd work with finance to identify a source.
Councillor.
Thank you, I appreciate that. It'd be great if we had that information by council if possible, perhaps as some of the submission. And I might echo some of the comments from Mr. Levin, but I really actually quite like the industrial process where industrial land owners submitted an application to staff. They had criteria. It was vetted by staff, and then staff made a recommendation based on our policies. I found that to be very transparent, open. It made sense. We got to choose the criteria. We know that there are criteria metrics that are included in this report. I reviewed them and appreciate them. I do think if we are sending it back to LDI and the Housing Supply Reference Group, it's a bit like a fox in the chicken coop. If they're able to make a map and choose which parcels they think should be included and not included, I don't feel like that is overwhelmingly transparent to the public. So I'd prefer, I don't mind them having a review of it, but I do not want a Housing Supply Reference Group making a map and submitting that map to council. And I also want to comment on a few items regarding supply. Generally, I find people will buy and rent what is available and affordable. And if people aren't buying or renting, what you're trying to market is not available or affordable. So, I mean, if there was single-family homes that were going for 400 or 500,000 new, I think people would be buying those. But unfortunately, we don't tend to see those anymore. And I had one further question regarding the motion from the deputy mayor and the chair. I'm just curious: is the requested report more significant than what we've just actually heard from Altus online, or would it be different than that kind of information?
I'm not too sure if the deputy mayor wants to comment on that.
Sorry, can I just get you to give me that again, please?
Sure, just regarding the request from yourself and the chair in the motion, if the report that you're seeking to evaluate the work that staff have done, if it's significantly different than the information we were just provided pro bono from Altus.
Deputy Mayor.
So the answer to that is, you know, we had a 3-minute, 3.5-minute, 5-minute presentation from all this. I want to see things in writing. I want to see an actual economic analysis. I can't speak to what would be significantly different because I don't have the report to compare to what we just heard. But I do think that they touched on, Mr. Norman touched on a couple of key things, but that's being offered as a PPM contribution. I don't know the depth of the analysis that they've done, and that wasn't, I don't believe that was done in consultation with any parameters from our staff. So I would, you know, I want this to be something that Mr. Mathers and his team can scope and find somebody who's appropriate to do the job to provide that information back to us. So.
Councillor.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate a bit more of that background. So I don't mind any of these items. I will reiterate that I'm hopeful that staff follow the process that they've already outlined. I don't notice materially here that we're actually explicitly asking the industry to come up with the map as staff report to council and not to that supply reference group. So I am okay with these additions. And as long as, again, it's more of a review and comment as opposed to direction from that group. Thank you.
Thank you. For other speakers? Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So again, I'm supportive of what's in front of us today. I appreciate what staff have put together, the work they've done on this draft so far. Again, on the Hyde Park area, I want to speak specifically to that. I think that what's in front of us today supports what I'm hearing about with this potential redevelopment in the Hyde Park area. And I do believe that looking at a mixed use and up to 8 stories isn't onerous on the area. For the business owners that are currently there, my understanding is, and I want to confirm with staff that again, that those uses would still be permitted until such time as that neighborhood place type is looked to be used, but I just want to confirm.
I'll go to staff.
Yeah, through the chair. So as part of the package for adoption to be sent to the ministry, there is site-specific policies which identify lists of commercial industrial uses. And for the Blue Heron site, it does include commercial recreational uses. So map 7 is the map to go along with site-specific policies, recognizing existing uses.
Councillor.
Thank you, and that's important because I do know my kids would be out of programming if I didn't have that, so joking. But I do think that this does give us a chance to deal with the Hyde Park piece separate and be able to move forward or have the developer to move forward with that. I appreciate Councillor Frank's comments. I also want to be very clear where the reference group sits and what we decide here at this table and what council decides, because it's very important that the public understand that, that we have that independent body here to make those decisions and to be able to review what's provided and take into account not only the information that's given potentially through this third-party economic consultant, but also based on you know what we're hearing from the community in general. And so I do think that this is important to have further discussion and appreciate the opportunity to do so with this motion in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. The mayor has joined us online. I will go to the mayor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So let me first say I'm supportive of the motion, and I'll commend the Deputy Mayor and the Chair for taking the time to, I don't know if the Chair was in on this part, but you were in on part of it, so I'll just commend the Deputy Mayor. Taking the time to go through staff, listen to a number of concerns, and put together a motion that pulls out the various pieces to allow us to move forward on some previous council directions, as well as get some more information and respond to the need to ensure that we get this right in the long run. I don't have any concern with the direction of engaging the economic consultant or the housing supply reference group. In fact, the way I read the specific clause, it's civic administration that's being directed to engage with different people, and then civic administration will provide recommendations on the land supply required to meet council's provincial housing pledge, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't have any concerns with that because it's always going to be our staff who are going to do reports and write recommendations back to us. And I think that this is an appropriate way for us to get a little bit more information on something that we want to absolutely get right, given it is critical to the growth of the city over the next 25 years. We know that in the past, we've not gotten this perfect in our official plans. We know that things can shift very quickly. We can't presume. I heard some delegations say things might change in the future. We have to plan with the information we have today, and then we could be nimble in the future should conditions change if we have to be. But for now, let's do our very best to project well, understand the market conditions, move forward with the types of things we can move forward with now, but ultimately get this right in the long run. And so I'll support the motion as it's constituted today, and appreciate the work on it.
I'll go to any other committee members or visiting councilors that would like to weigh in. Seeing none, if the committee will permit me, just make a few comments. I'll just follow up on the mayor's comments there. We're projecting 25 years down the road. Hard to do, things change. But that doesn't mean you don't do the best job you possibly can at getting those projections as close as possible given the information we have today. These are important numbers that our city relies on for future planning, long-term planning, and those that build our homes rely on as well. Economic growth does contribute to demand. So I'm fully supportive of having an economic review and weigh in with that information and that perspective. Having it go through the housing supply reference group also important as well. This is by no means saying that staff's numbers are way out or not, but I think the more resources that staff can rely on to bring to us the best possible recommendation given all factors is important. We've developed a great relationship with our development community. I believe we're in a better place than we were 5 years ago, or even 10 years ago for sure. There's expertise there that I think they're willing to lend to the city and city staff to, again, find that right estimate going forward. But as the mayor said, the development community or LDI, they're not making the call here. Neither is staff, we are. And so from my perspective, I want to see staff bring to us the best possible recommendation based on the information that they can gather through these various groups. So I will support this motion. I'll look for any other comments or questions before I call. We have a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. So we still have 3:10. We're at 5:30 right now. I mentioned at the beginning we'd break at 5. So I think I see Councillor Rahman. Do you have an idea of how much length of time you'd like to?
Yeah, thanks. Through you, I'll move to 15.
Is 15 enough with committee members? 15 good? Councillor Frank seconds. We'll have a hand vote. Perfect. Okay, so we'll adjourn until 5:45.
I have to go home because my babysitter is leaving, which is next month.
Okay.
But you have quorum.
We've got, we're good.
Sorry.
No problem. Nope. There's food. You want to grab some sandwiches?
There is?
Yeah. Grab
Yeah.
some, put them in the box.
I realized after I said that.
Okay, I'm going to call the 10th meeting of Planning Environment Committee back to order. We are at 3.10 regarding amendments to fees under the Building Code Act, building permit fees, bylaw B7 amendment. Just like to go to staff for a brief overview, please.
Through the chair. So today we brought forward a proposal to make changes to our building permit fee structure. Building fees recover the costs related to building inspections, drawing review, and all the other work that's required under the building code and its legislation. The review was undertaken by Watson Associates, and they've completed similar reviews for over 40 other municipalities, so very strong hands as far as coming up with this new revised structure. The increases account for those increasing complexity of the current buildings that we're starting to receive, the requirements of the new requirements in building legislation, and our staffing needs to improve the speed of our approval process and meet council's housing pledge. So we're very mindful in developing this work of the housing affordability. We wanted to make sure that that was a key component of what the work that we had completed. So that's why you'll see that there's a phasing of several of the more significant increases. So when we looked at those housing units and some of the impacts, the largest impact, which was to the high density apartment units, it would go up approximately $40 per unit based on those 2024 changes. So something that we felt was very much within that affordable context. So these increases will result in London's fees being still at the low end to the medium range of comparable municipalities, and it'll ensure that our building services we provide remain sustainable. So if staff and I believe our consultant is online here, if you have any questions, then we'd be happy to address those questions.
Okay, thank you. So this is a PPM, so I'll look for a motion to open that up. Councillor Robbins, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis, and we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
I think technical questions for staff at this time from committee. Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Mr. Wallace, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, and it's Mike Wallace from LDI. I just, again, want to talk a little bit about the process. We're accepting the numbers that are in the report in terms of building fees, and we appreciate the work that staff have done on this. What we liked about the process, Mr. Chair, is that there was a presentation of where we could have been or what was going to happen. There was lots of feedback from the industry, and staff took that back and re-looked at the processes and what could be done, and they came back with fees that, we're never supportive of more fees, of course, but we understand these fees that are being provided, and we appreciate that they're going to help provide the service that we need to be able to put houses in the ground for the growing population. So overall, we're very happy with the process that was presented to us and the consultation that was provided to the industry to come up with today's report. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll look for anyone else that would like to speak to the committee. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online.
Sean Michael Stephen.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Give us your name.
Through the chair, that's our consultant.
Is that your,
Consultant.
okay, my apologies, that's with staff, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Then there's no one.
Okay, there's no one online. I don't see anyone else in the gallery, so I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Robbins, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
We'll go to committee. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. I suspect it's not in order for me to add an additional fee for every time Mr. Wallace speaks at a PPM. So instead, I will move the staff recommendation.
Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Robin. Any comments or questions? Councillor Robin.
Thank you. I'd like Deputy Mayor Lewis to bring that to SWORG when he has a chance, please.
Unanimous. Any other questions or comments? I just have a question the committee will permit. I'm concerned about the effect on affordability. How is this going to affect like small builders and individual homeowners when they go to get building permits?
Through the chair, so a lot of the small builders, they not necessarily, but a lot of them are in that single family home class. So we're not proposing any kind of increase to a single family home. At medium density, we are proposing a 2.1% increase, but again, like that increase will be less than in the $30 approximately per building. So we don't think it's cost prohibitive on the overall value of a home that they're selling.
Thank you. Yeah, the costs go up and we have to adjust accordingly. I'm comforted knowing that we still fare well compared to other municipalities competitively. So I will support this. If there's no other questions or comments, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
There are no items for direction, so we'll move on to, well, just a minute, please. Oh, you're right, we have a consent item. I apologize. It must be 6 o'clock. Okay. We have 2.4 that was pulled by the deputy mayor, so we will go to the consent item 2.4 regarding heritage alteration permit application at 332 St. James Street. And I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll just add we've got items for direction that Councillor Rahman and the Mayor submitted a communication on as well. But I would like to deal with 2.4 first, as we do still have some members of the public in the gallery for that item. And I pulled that because the staff recommendation is to recommend refusal. I am going to recommend that we approve the heritage alteration permit, which would be consistent with the earlier direction we provided to staff to start developing a plan for substitute materials on heritage properties. I know staff still have to make the recommendation they have to make because the policy hasn't officially changed yet. There's still work to be done on it. But I think moving approval of this would be consistent with the direction that council has provided.
I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Rahman seconds. The property owner has requested delegation status, so I will look to committee. I'll look for motion to accept that. Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Rahman, and we'll vote on that.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Please, sir. Your delegation status has been approved, so you're welcome to address the committee. Please give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Greg Keane. Thank you so much for having me today. I'd just like to talk about my front porch at 332 St. James Street. I built it in 2010. I tried to make it look heritage. I built it out of wood. It deteriorated over the years. I've replaced the decking boards and I've replaced the railing. I've replaced the railing spindles down the front steps twice already. They were already rotten again. Those will be the third time. The products nowadays are just not the same products that we had years ago. They are laminated pieces of wood. They are substandard. We don't have oil paint anymore. It is substandard. It is just not standing up over time. I just feel that more and more people are going to be moving forward with this. It's become a major problem, I believe, in our neighborhood, where posts and beams and everything is just rotting away. So I would just like to please hear me out and know that things need to change. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for a motion. Okay, so we have a motion moved and seconded. I'll look for any comments or questions before I call a vote. I'll just make a brief comment from the chair. I think this is a classic example of why we need this reviewed. Materials have changed dramatically. You know, the applicant replaces railing a couple of times, it's rotting out. He's going on with the spirit of the heritage, so I will support the motion here. If there are no other comments or questions, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. And now we will move on to deferred matters. Deferred matters list. I will put that on the floor.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, hold on a second, please. Clerk wants me again. Councilor Rahman, I apologize. I'm going from my old, I'm not going for the current one. My apologies. Items for direction, there has been an added, and so I will go to you.
Thank you, and through you. So this is a letter that's been submitted by Mayor Morgan and myself, and I want to thank staff for their input and discussion around this topic. So in October 2023, we heard from Thames Valley District School Board. They wrote to council and asked for a review of the city's timelines for reserving land for schools and new developments. They've since done that again, and there's a letter here on the added as well. And so what the motion that is included in the letter reads as follows: that civic administration be directed to provide information and associated recommended actions on the following matters in Q4 of 2024. Provide a report to the Planning and Environment Committee that includes a background on the acquisition of blocks for the purpose of a school in the context of the Planning Act applications. B, a status update on all unacquired blocks identified in approved Planning Act applications identified for possible school blocks. And C, provide options for council's consideration to provide the school boards with additional flexibility in acquiring school blocks in future Planning Act applications. So it is our desire that colleagues support the motion that's in front of you today to go on the deferred matters list, to be able to address these items in Q4 of 2024 or before. I know there's a lot on our staff's plate, so again, just trying to set a reasonable expectation. But I do think this is an opportunity for us, again, to show that we're working in partnership, and I appreciate Thames Valley has brought this forward, but of course it's applicable to all 4 school boards. It's timely, it's something that we need to be doing, and I do think based on what we're seeing in terms of the growth in the area, we have to really start to think about how we're going to set this land aside as we continue to build our city and ensure that we're working within the same timelines and timeframes that the school board is working within. I know one of the additional challenges now with Thames Valley is with having to set aside larger parcels of land with this whole 8 acres to be able to support the types of schools that we need, larger schools in some cases. It also presents some challenges. So we have an upcoming meeting with Thames Valley District School Board that we've been invited to. That's the Community Planning and Facility Collaboration Opportunities meeting, and I think this is timely that we're bringing this forward here so that we can have this discussion here, and they know that this is something that Planning and Environment Committee had a chance to discuss earlier this week before we met with them. So thanks again to the mayor for his support with this as well. I know he's had productive conversations with Thames Valley District School Board, and thank you to staff for their help.
And do you have a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor Lewis has seconded. So any comments or questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. So Through you, my first question is to our staff in regard to the Q4 timeline. We've got rethink zoning going on. We've got half applications. We've got a lot of different things going on. So is that timeline reasonable, or is this something where you might need a little bit longer runway to bring back a report to us on the updates on status and some options? Because particularly with Clause C and the options, I wonder if that timeline is something that can be met, or if it's perhaps ambitious.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair. So we are comfortable with the timeline, mostly because it very much complements some of the other work that we're doing, including like our land needs work and the work we're doing on zoning as well in general. So we don't think it's overly ambitious for that Q4, and then we provide you with an update and update that timing in the deferred matters if that is required extra time.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm unfortunately already booked with a ward item that I can't move, so I'm not going to be able to attend the joint meeting. But I'm glad that it's happening. And I know that Councillor Rahman and Councillor Cuddy, having been at that board before, will likely have some insights to share with us. My other question and comment, I guess they're kind of a little bit of both. And I'm going to, through you, Chair, ask staff, but I would welcome any thoughts that Councillor Rahman might be able to share with us as well on this. Is, do we need another clause, or can it be interpreted in terms of options for council under Clause C, where we're considering additional flexibility for the school boards? Can we also, as part of this, start engaging in some more thorough discussions with our school board partners around co-build opportunities for neighborhood amenities? You know, I'm cognizant of the budget pressures that the library has been facing, yet we have very serviceable library spaces in our schools. I'm cognizant of the pressures that our Parks and Recreation Department are facing with the Parks and Rec Master Plan and the funding for that. And I know we already have some shared use agreements with the school boards around, we get to use their gymnasiums and some of their sports fields, and they get to use some of our pools and arenas, and that's great. But I think there's a tremendous opportunity for more efficiencies and more, well, frankly, more complete neighborhoods if we're investigating co-builds a little more aggressively. And so I just wonder if we can, if both the councillor and staff could provide a little bit of comment on that, and whether further direction is needed, or whether that can be taken as part of the Clause C.
I'll go staff. Councillor, would you like to go first? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. So I do know that that's been part of very recent conversations. I know you've been involved in those as well, and then these conversations have been going on for a very long time, but how we do that better is part of that. And I do know there's willingness on the school board side to sign an agreement to facilitate more of those discussions going forward. So that's another discussion I know that is very timely. I believe Thursday looking at the agenda for that meeting, that's part of what we'll be discussing as well, is how do we work as better partners as we're building things out. And I do think one of the great things that I have seen is that on the school board side, we have a really great back and forth and relationship with staff. And so when projects are coming forward, that there is that discussion. But as budgets are getting tighter, I agree with you, that's something that we need to put more attention into. I'm not sure if it fits in with Part C here, but I do think it could be a separate it's a separate discussion that we then bring forward so that we have an indication from the school boards what they're looking for in terms of their specifications around what they're able to get funded through a co-build as well. So I think we might need a little bit more fleshing out with that, but perhaps that's something we can talk about at the meeting this week and then bring back. And I'm happy to update you when that meeting happens.
Are you good with that, Deputy Mayor, too?
I mean, that all sounds very positive. I wouldn't mind hearing if staff has any comments to share. If they don't, that's okay too. I certainly didn't tee this up so that they didn't know this was coming. This is coming kind of on the fly. And I do appreciate and agree with what Councillor Rahman was saying. This has been going on for years. And yet I see other communities advancing co-builds a lot more proactively than we are in London. And so it's a concern for me that we keep talking about it, just as we're talking about being good partners with them on transit and looking for options for secondary school students. I also want to look for options to help with their builds and sharing library spaces and gym spaces and all those sorts of things. So I don't know if there's any comments staff can share as well, but I am certainly going to take Councillor Rahman up on the opportunity to sit down and last time I think I came to Ward 7 for lunch, so maybe I can have you out to Ward 2 for lunch and you can update me on how the meeting goes. But if staff has anything to share, I'd like to hear their thoughts too.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, this of course crosses several different service areas at the city. So, and I know this has been a topic that at our senior leadership table that we've discussed. So this is definitely something that I know that as a senior leadership team here that we're very supportive of. And of course, would want to talk a lot with Cheryl Smith in the neighborhoods and community-wide services area, because a lot of these might touch her area, might be other areas as well. But I know that that the senior leadership team is very much engaged on this and happy to provide any kind of support and or engagement that is that's sought.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, appreciate that, and I think I'm hearing from part of that response that it's something I may want to work with Councillor Rahman on to bring something to SPPC where all of our service areas are present rather than come through Planning Committee. So I'll wrap it up with that, and I can be very supportive of this motion.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I'll just, if the committee will permit, it's interesting that we're all kind of coming at that conversation from different angles. I have had extensive conversations with the Chair of Thames Valley, Chair May, and she's also our local trustee of our ward, on how to think outside the box. As we both, as been mentioned, face challenges with costs, space. How can we coordinate with our schools and the city, as we do now, with our various facilities, but to take it to the next step. But it does require some thinking that's not the norm, which I would think would make for some interesting discussions. So I look forward to more work being done on that. Thank you, Councillor Rahman, for bringing this motion forward. We've seen the consequences of, and frustration, quite frankly, of planning and school locations because funding doesn't come from the province at the right time, and land has to be let go, unfortunately, and then it causes problems retroactively down the road when we all of a sudden have needs for school locations. So as much as we can do in coordinating our teams to mitigate the impacts of that, I think is terrific. So I will support this for sure. Seeing no other comments or questions, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
The clerk has advised me I now may move on to deferred matters. So we have a deferred matters list. I'll look for a motion to receive that. Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Rahman. Any comments or questions? I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
We had a long meeting today, folks, a very complex agenda. And I just want to say thank you. What? No. What do we have? Oh, for Christ's sakes. Okay. So I keep getting these added. Every time I came into my office today, we had another added on top of the added on top of the added. We haven't added. And this is dealing with the 6th meeting of the Community Advisory Committee on Planning. So I'll look for a motion to receive that. Councillor Rahman, second by Deputy Mayor Lewis. Any comments or questions? And I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Now, I think that's it. I'm looking at the clerk, she says, okay. So we had a heavy agenda today. I want to thank everyone on committee, visiting councilors and staff, especially for letting us work through this complex agenda as well in the best way forward. And I think we did a good job at getting to where we need to go. So thank you. I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Councilor Rahman, second by Deputy Mayor Lewis, and vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
We are adjourned.